Walking hand in hand on the ocean floor. Down deep we wander. Louder we sing, no there is no cure in this together. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. Everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. See you. Hearts and letters carved into the shore. We'll never grow old. I don't wanna tell you that it's not real. Nothing is a fairy tale. But everything about you is so unreal. It won't be pretty when it ends. Now how could I leave with your sweet love on me? Yeah, yeah. Something about you always makes it harder. When you got my lipstick on your white shirt collar. Gonna show you the tricks that I know. I'm getting tired of talking, and I need more of a show right now. It's time that you made your mind up. Cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking. Going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. Like the others, I will stay. Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win right now. You got me up tonight, cause loving you is like I'm walking a tightrope so high. I won't be turning around, no, I won't be turning around. It's the right time, I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I will win tonight. I'll do it on my way. I'm gonna show you what I'm going through. Get you out of your comfort zone. Cause I need more of the truth right now. It's time that you made your mind up. Cause lately all it ever does is change. Feels like we're only talking. Going round and around, back around. I will fight like no other every day. I won't stop like the others. I will stay. Cause now is the right time, and I'm feeling alright. I'm playing your game like I know I can win.
Yeah, so I'll let you guys know what I decide regarding the pimping rules.
Thank you.
Pimp law.
Okay. So I assume we're on now.
That was a very weak
Jace.
intro, Eric. You were barely
Weak?
out of context.
I'm sorry. I let you down, Bull Red. I told you I'd keep the pimp hand strong, but turns out I'm second rate.
Well, no comment.
You're
I'd ask you to take on another student, but I wouldn't want you to fall into the aggravated pimping. Anyway,
I don't know
Pimping
what
is easy.
TOS has anything to say about this, but we could.
I
very
have
easily
no
get
clue either. Who knows? Besides, we're not big enough for anyone to give a shit.
pimped.
Okay. Hey guys, welcome back to Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons. For chapter 47 of the Adventures of Athoria. Woo. All right. So last week in chapter 46, our A wonderful band of adventurers decided to head out of the capital of Air Ariellum and begin a series of hops and skips across the archipelago here, going from the capital to Isgarth, and then heading even farther south to this small, remote set of islands on the far southern shores of the archipelago, arriving in Caleb's hometown of Eldor, a small little fishing village, and then heading farther inwards and then into the Valley of the Fates, with where you guys apparently found a partially collapsed elven palace at some point there, surrounded in some sort of mist, imbued with some manner of magical energy. After Volred spent a little bit of time figuring out that there are ways in order to heal his corruption, the worst effects being taken care of by a dispel curse spell. You guys heard of a sacred pool that you guys were going to depart to, that Caleb was going to show you where he's at. But beyond that, it is still the early afternoon, having just completed your lunch, and the day is yours.
Great session. Time to leave. DM's gone.
All right, let's burn this mother down. I don't know where to start with this. So we are at the temple hidden in the mist, then. The place in the mist. So we've already talked to the dude. He's cured you.
Yeah.
You're now that fresh underskin layer of Volred now.
Yep.
Yeah, can you remind me, like, what sort of consistency am I? I mean, I'm not full, like, Slim Jim, but is it still, like, in the beef jerky sort of variety? Or is it
No,
more, like,
you've got
a human or elfish sort of?
No, you look normal. It's just your skin is a little red and raw, as if maybe you had like a really bad sunburn, maybe. But the Slim Jim is gone.
Okay, that's right. Thank you for
But
the
you
reminder.
definitely could, use some oil and aloe vera and stuff.
Cocoa butter.
Mm.
And what is Caleb's daddy name?
Caleb's
Daddy?
daddy?
Yeah.
Did we not attempt to spell that in the chat?
Oh, it's Elden
Be right
Voss. I believe it.
Elden Voss?
Elden Voss. Yeah. I wrote Elden Vox because I struggle with even pronouncing things, even when I know the spelling. So I just kind of write it out as phonetically as possible.
That's what I do. Like,
even though it's wrong.
I'm not going to pronounce this correctly. I better do a phonetic. A
Mm.
lot of CKs involved.
Mm.
Well, Arthur, glad to see that you're feeling better. You weren't
Yeah,
quite
not
yourself.
bad for him. It's tired.
You were surprisingly quiet, Arthur.
No, sometimes silence is golden.
Yes.
Just learning a little bit from you. Do you want me to call you Dare Love or do you want me to call you Bullrag? Like, I'm still confused on that.
Volred's been working. So we can keep it like that for now.
All right. Well, I've been learning a little bit from you, Red.
Mm. I could talk or not talk for hours.
Yeah, that's pretty much how that works, just generally in life. But, I mean, it seems to be working for you now. I mean, hell, we found out about your sister. We found out about, like, a whole bunch of stuff just in, like, the last couple of days. You've been talking a lot more than you normally do.
He did die recently.
I mean, I haven't died, so can't say I know exactly how you feel, but I would imagine that probably does change some of your mindset.
I wouldn't recommend it.
bottom of my
I-
to-do list.
I mean, if I get to be brought back by Mistress Seville, I might take you up on the offer. But only if I get to be brought back by Mistress Seville.
So, if you were to die and she was not available,
I would be very upset.
so still try to resurrect you.
Unless it's by Mistress Seville. So if that's what we're getting at, yes.
So if she's not available, then don't worry.
Let me go. Return me to the earth or the ocean, whichever you feel most comfortable with.
How did you all handle like deaths on the ship? Did you just toss them overboard, or did you hold on to them till you hit land?
No, I mean, it depends on how far the journey was. If we're like 2 weeks out from our next destination, we can't just have them like sitting on the boat decaying all the time. So those we would kind of toss overboard. But if we were really close to land, we might actually give them a good funeral.
That is depressing.
We didn't have a lot of people die on the ship, but it happened every once in a while. Kind of get used to it after a bit.
It's like we're waiting for Caleb to tell us to do something with his weird friend.
I mean, weren't we supposed to go to this pool or something?
I think that is a short-term task next in the priority queue, unless there's other things that could be done at the moment.
The only other thing we came here for was to figure out the faster way of getting to where the serpentine's at.
Hmm.
But I don't think we got one.
We didn't really ask Elden Voss when we got here either, though. It was more getting Red up to date and good to go before anything else.
I believe Kayla mentioned that he was going to inquire on the situation, though.
Inquire.
Ask
Ask.
about,
Oh, okay, thank you.
look into.
Hey, who knows? If he's been gone for a little while, maybe he's already asking about it. We'll just have to, I guess, wait and see whenever he gets back. Or we can go find Mr. Elden Boss ourselves and just ask.
Go around touching shit.
I mean, do we have to touch a whole bunch of stuff to find him?
Probably not. Could you like detect any type of magic or anything? Because I know like the other magic people can. Okay, so we'll go at it blind.
I mean, if there's animals here, I could ask the animals.
Ooh. Alright. We can ask animals to look for things that might kill us.
Things that might. Well, I mean, I thought we were looking for Elden Boss.
Right, but if you go digging around in the castle, we don't want to go touching things that might explode.
I guess that makes sense. So, like, should I ask them about things that might kill us, or where Elden Boss is?
I don't know. Like, have they seen like other animals just kind of die from touching something they weren't supposed to?
I mean, I can. I'm just confused on what exactly I'm asking.
Have
Do you
ever
want me to find
seen
Elden Boss, or you want me to figure out if things are dying around here?
little from column A, little from column B?
Like, there's two different questions here.
Well, if we're gonna go sneaking around, we should know what's dangerous.
Well, why are we sneaking around if we just ask for Elden Boss?
That's a fair point.
I guess I'm like trying to figure out why we would just ask where Elden Boss is instead of trying to sneak around and find something.
But you guys met Elden Boss.
I know, but we didn't ask the question that we need to ask. And so we need to find him now, and I don't know the measure of finding him at this point in time. But
Okay.
this all thinks we have to sneak around to find said person.
I want the option available if we decide to sneak around and find out.
Sounds like a very fuck around and find out kind of moment, and I don't know if I'm really down for that.
We're left alone to our own devices for too long. I'm going to do something I'm not supposed to.
Really? Huh. That's odd. I thought we got rid of Gorbeck.
Difference is, I don't risk the entire party when it happens.
You haven't yet.
Gotta build up to that crescendo.
Eric, are there animals present?
Yeah. I mean, birds, chipmunks, snakes, all kinds of old stuff, you know.
Which one's the closest?
It's a toss up. I mean, you can find a bird if you want one, a squirrel or chipmunk if you want one of them.
I mean, I haven't met a chipmunk yet.
Fair enough.
So do you want me to ask where Elden Boss is?
Yeah. Otherwise, we're gonna go looking for him.
Okay, cool. I will cast Speak with Animals. And I will look for the chipmunk.
Okay. So, you find a creature off to the side that you assume to be a chipmunk. It's in the process of like shoving some nuts in its mouth and kind of like burying others, and just kind of is staring at you with these really wide eyes.
What are you gonna do with those that you're burying there?
I'm gonna save them for later.
How much later?
Well, maybe for the next time I'm hungry.
Oh, okay. I mean, that sounds reasonable. I'm actually really impressed that you're able to talk with so many in your mouth already.
It's a skill. I've cultivated it my entire life.
Okay. I don't know what cultivated means, but I'm gonna just say like, hey, this might be great. So I have a question for you. Do you know? And I attempt to describe Elden Voss based off of what I've seen. I wasn't here last time, so my description is
Yeah. He kind of sits there for a moment. Yeah, guy like that kind of sounds familiar.
So where do you normally see him?
He's usually on the other side of the big stone mountain place. The one where all the people stay in. He's got a little spot out there by the lake he likes to sit at.
So he just likes to sit by the lake?
Yeah, he sleeps an awful lot and sometimes looks into a giant ball.
So is he like, is it by the lake or is it by the river?
Yeah, it's by a lake, but I think it's got a river.
Oh, because I used to hear about this man that used to stay down by the river, and I just wanted to make sure it wasn't the same person. So by the lake, he's got a little hut. Is there any like specific?
It's not a hut. It's more like a place he just goes to sit around.
Do you know how long he sits around there?
Pretty much all day. He doesn't
All
go
day?
back to the Hollow Stone place until the evening.
And what time is it right about now, Eric?
It is early afternoon, so like 1 o'clock.
So about a couple more hours before he goes.
Oh, probably a little bit.
How
Usually when
far-
it gets dark outside.
How far is this lake, by the way?
Start sitting there, kind of like doing a little padding motion. I don't really know. But it doesn't take too long to get there.
Okay. Well, thank you. What was your name?
Oh, Thomas?
Thomas. Thomas the Chipmunk. Okay, cool. Thank you, Thomas. I really appreciate you. You've been really helpful. And I grab a couple extra nuts from like around and like put it in the little hole that he's trying to dig. And I was like, here's some extra.
He just kind of looks around and going, great, now I have to re-hide him.
All right, Thomas. Well, I cast Druidcraft and put like grass over the little hole. Now you don't have to hide them. You can just leave them there, and then I put a little X mark over the grass just so that way he can find it later on. That's it. Thank you, Thomas. Then Arthur's gonna turn around and look for a bird that's nearby.
Okay. You managed to find Downy Woodpecker.
Oh, that's a little aggressive. Hey, how are you?
He just kind of looks down and goes, "What? What? Hey, you speak bird.
Sometimes.
That's good. Have a nice day."
Wait. What's your name?
I don't really have one.
Woody. Got it.
Woody. Okay. All right.
Hey,
Seems
Woody.
a little on the nose, but okay.
I mean, you peck wood with your nose, my friend. Everything's on the nose with you.
Forward, I think I just sensed a pun in another language.
But Woody, hey, I have a question for you.
Oh, you're still talking to me. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Hey,
What is it?
how far is the lake from here?
Lake. Yeah, big body of water.
Yep,
You're gonna have to be a little more specific. There's quite a few of them around here.
the one in that direction that the old man usually sits by until about evening time.
Ah, the really big one. All right, yeah. Well, let's see here. It's just a few flaps of the wing, really, on the other side of the palace.
The other side of the palace?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Nope.
You're not one for talking very much, huh?
I'm hungry.
So I have a question. Do you eat wood? Or is it like something, do you eat other stuff? Because like, why do you peck
Why
wood?
would I eat wood?
I don't
That's
know.
stupid.
You just spend a lot of time.
What do I look like? An ant? No. I eat like worms and bugs and stuff that live in the wood. Man, you don't know anything about birds, do you?
I don't. I'm not a bird.
Yeah, that's true. Wait a second. How do you speak bird if you're not a bird?
I mean, you can speak a lot of things if you're not necessarily the same race or type of that. Just gotta learn.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, okay.
Cool. Well, all right, Woody. I'll probably be seeing you around. I think maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Depends on whether or not I get these worms.
Well, good luck. Or good luck.
I don't get it.
Catch you around, buddy. Arthur's
Okay.
gonna walk. All right. So it's still talking in bird. I'm like talking to them in bird, but like, all right. So there's still cool. So there is a lake that is on the other side of the castle. That's where Eldenvoss usually sits. He stays there until about evening. Thomas over there, don't mess with the little spot that has the X on it. And then Woody up there doesn't really like to talk very much. Seems very focused on getting the worms. So, just in case you wanted to learn a little bit more about them.
Okay. So do we head to the lake or do we wait until he comes back?
So Caleb gets back?
No, Eldenwas.
Oh, well, it's like only like 1 right now. They say that he stays out there until the evening time, so it'll be like another 5 hours before we before he comes back.
All right. Let me go out to find him.
Yeah. Did you want to wait for Caleb, or do we just go?
He got distracted by a library.
People do that.
The books.
Listen, I have a coloring book and I have the dictionary that Caleb gave me. That's about as good as it gets for me.
Do we have anything else better to do, or is this the best option?
It's either we go to him or we wait for him to come to us. That's really it.
Other option is getting you to that. What is it? The pool. You're just chilling at the pool for a little bit, so you can do the
Sacred Springs.
Now, where's the sacred spring at?
Caleb was supposed to take you.
Let's go find Caleb.
All right, cool, Caleb.
Come!
All right, you guys make your way back to the palace. And it doesn't take you very long to find one of the large antechambers, which is filled with a library. Most of the bookshelves here are kind of dilapidated and fallen apart. A few of them that look to have been procured much later remain with a small scattering of books. Nothing. It's hard to really consider this like a true library. Having, or at least Volred, you would not consider this a library. Izal, you would not consider this a library. Arthur, this is probably outside of the Lyceum, this is probably the biggest collection of books you've ever seen.
You can't read.
That's true. You assume they're books.
Ooh, there's a lot of dead trees in here.
Can't read yet. I can sound out some of the letters, but that's about as far as it's gonna go.
Not much of a library. You can see the top of it.
Wait, I mean, like, there's usually more books than this.
This
Yeah.
is quaint.
It's like a nice little wing.
Oh,
This is a nice reading nook. We could call it that.
As you guys persist a little bit through the stacks, you find a long, kind of narrow wooden table that seems to have like these wooden lecterns sitting on top of them. You see Caleb with a big book kind of spread open, and then him thumbing through a couple other smaller books and making some notes.
Go up behind him. Yes, clap my hands really hard right behind him.
Ooh.
you
Just
okay? Like, do you need me to punch you?
No. That was just surprising.
You should not lean over so much, because you shouldn't be groaning that much just from straightening out.
How old are you, Caleb?
He's got at least 30.
A really good question.
30, like at least 30. I would say. 30.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, Caleb,
He's got the body of a 30-year-old.
we will have to see whether or not he bothered to
34.
fill that in. No, Caleb did not fill that in. Caleb, if you listen to this, fill in your freaking character sheet. But yes, I imagine in his 30s.
Wait, so he's like 30 something, and he only got to the first circle?
That's gonna be like 19. He just
Yep.
looks really old.
Chronic underachiever. But you know, he just needed the right student or the right teachers, you know?
Just needed.
Didn't he have like teachers? Didn't he stay with this guy for like 5 years?
Anytime Caleb tells me anything of his past, I trail off into my own thought.
Oh, so you don't listen.
That's another way of putting it.
He's just a really bad student.
I mean, I was a really bad student. I didn't learn much when I went to the monastery.
But it sounds like he got like a nice cushy summer job, and I got offered like assistant manager for a while. I just kind of rode that out for way too long instead of going for higher things.
He's a slacker.
I mean, Caleb, what do you have to say? We're kind of talking shit right in front of you.
Yeah, you are talking shit right in front of me.
Just scowling at us.
Yeah, he's scowling a little bit. He just kind of goes, well, I haven't had much need. I just have done my job. And I never needed higher level spells.
Assistant manager.
We could have used high level spell. Never mind.
They have assistant managers. I'm just used to talking to the regular manager.
Straight to the top.
What is this assistant manager?
Caleb.
Yeah. Well, like, Caleb has the cloistered scholar background, so emphasis on the cloister part. He just kind of...
He's a cloistered hedge.
Yep. He's a monk that never left the monastery, except the knowledge, the bookworm version of that.
Ooh.
But hey, Art spent most of his life on a boat and can't read.
I can't read.
Damn.
But I'm effective at what I do.
As long as you're not using a weapon.
Hey, those last couple of weapon swings have been good. The last time
So what you're saying is you're finally starting to get the hang of it.
No. Not at all.
Forehead, take us to the sacred spring.
Don't know.
Volred does not know the way to the sacred
I
spring.
said the wrong name.
What, Caleb?
Volred, ask about the sacred spring.
Caleb, where is this stream of sacredness?
Caleb kind of looks at you guys. Oh, it's on the eastern edge of the valley. Did you want to go?
Yeah.
No.
Is it the opposite direction of the old man? Elden boss?
Yep. But we can go talk to Elden Boss before we leave.
Nah, I think I'm okay. I think we just, it's like 5 hours and he'll be back over here, so that's not a big deal. We can go hang out at the pool for a couple hours.
You're so nonchalant today, Caleb.
I'm writing stuff in my spell book.
Wait, you don't normally write stuff, though. You usually do the whole wishy thing and then, stuff that copies it automatically. I'm assuming it's Mr. Spectre thing.
I can only do that so many times a day, and I already did that for the spell that I used for Volred's thing.
You can only do it once a day?
Instantly. But I can do it faster the rest of the time.
So, does the ghosty thing do it faster the rest of the time, or is it you have to write faster the rest of the time?
So the ghost thing is just a ghost thing. The ghost thing doesn't help me write my spells faster. But
So how do you do it instantly into the book? What is that thing? What do you just suck the magic out of the book and then put it in yours?
I have a shortcut for putting stuff in, and is he kind of you're looking at his spell book? It's like the guy writes in hieroglyphs and emojis. He's got a shorthand that he uses to put spells in there. It's and sometimes I can just kind of have the ink go on the page and do the writing for me.
But the other times when you're trying to do it fast, you don't have the ink go on the page and do the writing for you. You have to do it.
Yes, but I take shortcuts so that it's faster.
how long is it going to take you to do this one?
GM, how long will it take me to put this up? It's like, just a minute. A minute.
Okay, so like it's just gonna be a minute. So like we can wait a minute, then you can take us to go do the pool thing.
No, I want to go now. Let's go.
It's just a minute.
That's 60 seconds and Volred could die suddenly.
Do you
I
want me
don't
to
think
die?
we're that. I don't.
Volred's like,
Caleb.
paper cut.
This is fresh skin. It's super dangerous. He could get
And
a
that's so unfortunate because Volred only has slightly more than a Kalem's worth of hit points.
Oh, do I?
Yep, which is better than Arthur, who has a Kalem's worth of hit points.
I show I have full hit points.
He's talking
Yeah,
about us in general.
But your max is
Oh.
48, and
Got it.
Calem
Got
and
it.
Arthur's is 42.
Got it,
Damn,
got it.
that's
Yeah.
so little.
Because I went and actually pulled up the app this time. By the way, if anyone from D&D Beyond is watching, you're stupid for not having this online.
What?
For having what online?
He
I
likes
shouldn't
being
have
able
to open
see
up the app on my phone to see your shit.
Oh. Like in one spot.
'Cause
in
it
one
shows
spot, yeah.
Everyone's in one little bar.
What else do you hate about D&D Beyond?
Let's not go down that route.
That's an adjacent with Jace conversation.
Join us this Thursday where Eric ruins potential sponsorships.
Okay, well, Caleb, like, are you done? Like, listen, this book thing.
You can't write on the road. Let's go.
Hey, why don't you have the ghost guy do the writing for you?
What if we let him finish?
He doesn't have physical form.
If we keep complaining, eventually he will be done, but we get the joy of complaining for a whole minute.
Or you could be stopping me from putting stuff in while I answer your questions.
Is that the case?
I would
No.
like the person who has to use Dispel Curse on me to be quite happy.
Yeah,
That's
Volred's
not
just
indeed.
hoping that like he doesn't transcribe something incorrectly and then hit him with negative energy.
Apply curse. Like, oh shit.
It's like, oh, it's like
We
that Rugrats episode. It turns out it actually increases waxy buildup in the ears.
Caleb did PEMDAS wrong. Volred dead.
Oh no.
Yeah, miscalculated that damage. Okay, but yes, nary a minute goes by before Caleb starts cleaning stuff up, and it's like, all right, we can go.
Hold on, I gotta go to the bathroom.
Why didn't you do that while he was doing
I
that?
don't have to go. That's fucking. Let's go.
Y'all are annoying today.
Magic missile, fireball.
I'm annoying.
So, you guys depart the collapsed, partially, the decaying palace, and head out to the eastern side of the valley. At this point, like, there's still a heavy layer of fog above you, but it's kind of patchy, where it occasionally like breaks and you can see shafts of sunlight kind of come through and hit the floor. Most of the trees here still have foliage, and while it is still kind of warm, it's actually very pleasant for this time of year. And despite there are evidence of like decaying infrastructure around you, the area has been almost completely taken over by nature and seems a rather serene, if not isolated place. As you guys continue farther east, you guys kind of see before you arrive this kind of large tree that seems to poke out from a section of the rock. And as you kind of step out of the glade, there are these shallow pools that are almost kind of like these small kind of fractured rice paddy almost kind of things, or like around those geysers where you have these kind of weird pools of like technicolor water that just kind of come through. And you watch as this kind of large tree that pushes out. It's got like a dark purple, kind of waxy, leathery type bark on it. And as it spreads out, it terminates in these brilliant kind of azure blue and white leaves with these small kind of slightly glowing or white flowers on them, and the boughs kind of dip low like some manner of willow tree. From the rock that it grows out of, water pours through and kind of hits and tumbles down these tiers of those little micro pools until they kind of spread out before you. And the vegetation around this area looks somewhat alien, in the sense that they're like art. This is absolutely nothing like what you've seen before. They kind of take on these unnatural, super saturated hues. And it just seems as if nature in the area is just kind of pooled in, kind of like a luring effect to this area. And the air around here almost kind of tastes faintly sweet.
Hop in.
Arthur, are you okay?
It just tastes weird. Like, have you ever tasted air? I've never tasted air.
I've tasted
Have you
copper
not?
before.
I mean, copper's different though, but like this is air.
Copper in the air.
Oh, I mean, sure, but
What
like,
does it taste like?
Interesting
sweet.
question, Volred. You might know the answer to this question.
Oh,
Go ahead and roll me an intelligence check. I don't want to assume, but Volred seems like the kind of guy who might know.
It's full of opium.
I mean, this -1 intelligence. 15.
Okay. Yeah, it's got the faintest kind of taste of maybe like an opium to it.
Ha ha!
I don't know if I.
Yeah, you
into
don't
my
know if it's
backstory whether I
opium,
smoked
but
opium.
you can kind of feel the little bit of tingling at the tip of your tongue and stuff, and you're like, there's something about the air here that feels really calming and puts you in good spirits.
Arthur, breathe deeply.
breathe deeply. Okay, I mean, like what? It's just gonna make my breath smell bit. Is that is
Keep going.
Are we
I
supposed to be
think, like-
dipping Volred in a puddle?
yeah, I feel like I'm doing like birthing practice. You know when you feel the kind of thing.
Push,
Is that
Arthur, push.
Do you feel any different?
I mean, it's like no, not yet. I guess. Am I supposed to feel different?
I don't know. It kind of smells like opium.
Wait, you said it smells like opium,
That's what it smells like.
and you want me to breathe deep?
Why not? You're the one who brought it up.
I said the air tasted weird.
Yeah, you were the one who brought it up.
So like, am
Are you high right now, Arthur?
I mean, I don't know. I might be a little paranoid, but I don't think I'm high. Am I high? Do I feel high? I have to think about this.
Follow my finger.
Can you say the alphabet backwards?
That's not
The
fair. You
alphabet
can't
normally. I can't say the alphabet normally.
Wow, I didn't realize we were gonna have a field sobriety test.
I mean, you told me to breathe deep. That's not fair. You go jump in the water. Dive.
Get in the water, Volred.
Fine.
Get in the opium water.
So am I just like, is there a bathing suit or am I just stripping?
And we've seen you in worse conditions.
Naked.
Yeah, and jerkified.
All right. Well, I guess I'm
But that
getting
means now they get to see your actual penis.
All right. Well,
Everybody get in the onsen. Let's go.
I
I
feel
like
if
covering Zal's eyes.
What?
You're no. No.
I feel
Alright.
like if
How come
I'm-
you get a look?
I've seen it before.
So have I.
Why do either of you care so much?
I just don't think it's decent.
I feel like I'm on stage here. Am I supposed to be the show?
I mean, you're going to be on stage if you continue to stand outside while I'm covering the eyes. Jump in the
I will
water.
give you a silver piece. Take it off. Ooh. Can't see. Where are you?
I slowly unbutton or
Ah,
unzip.
I was gonna throw it
Undo the
towards the
sash.
direction of the noise that Volred. Like,
Can I roll a performance check?
Sure.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
I can't
I
see
just
you anyway.
Yeah, but it's all
Off
like
mic.
kind of toss the silver piece. It kind of lands over by you, Volred. It lands in one of the pools, and you watch as like the water that got disturbed suddenly turns a vibrant, glowing white, and then kind of ripples out.
okay.
I'm like holding onto his eyes, but I'm like, that
How
don't
about-
look good.
What? Don't be so rude to Volred.
I like, but no, no, not red. The water. Here,
What
look.
about? It's glowing. A little bit.
Yeah, water doesn't do that.
I mean,
So-
this might be magic water. So, Caleb, does magic water glow?
Kalen kind of looks over. Well, yeah, sometimes it does.
So I'm going to shape water.
Okay.
I'm going to take a little blob of the water out of the pool.
Okay.
And then I'm going to splash Volred with it.
As
Just like
it
a
hits,
small amount.
yeah, you kind of splash Volred, and you see, same as before, as the water gets disturbed, it turns like a vibrant, glowing white. And then remains white until like the water kind of settles, and then it goes clear again. It's kind of like, did you guys ever see the videos of that island out somewhere that has like the glowing blue tide?
Glowing algae.
Yeah, the glowing algae. Yeah, it's basically like something to do with like when the water gets oxygenated, the algae in the water suddenly turn vibrant
Oxygenated?
colors. Yeah, oxygenated. They suddenly turn vibrant colors.
Is
It's
that
a similar
scientific term?
phenomenon. I don't know. I just know that I want to go visit it sometime.
I mean, it looks cool, but isn't the technical term oxified?
I think it's oxygenation. I don't know.
I'm Googling this.
I'm not a doctor, dude. I only play one in Dungeons and Dragons. Or I'm not a god, dude. I only play one in Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay. It is oxygenation. I thought you were making up some shit. Well, anyways,
I probably made up 2 or 3 words on there.
I would like to, after I throw my clothes off, take a couple steps back and then start taking a few big steps and jump into like a double hamstring and then jump up in the air gymnastic style and just like dive into the pool.
I really want
Okay.
this to be like
Let's
a
call
dish-
that an acrobatics.
like a 1 foot tall,
Okay.
1 foot deep pool would be hilarious.
Which
right
is
now.
actually a dex thing, which you would be probably better at.
25.
Yeah. Surprisingly enough, when you're not in constant pain from having your skin crack every time you like twist it in a weird way, you're kind of able to do a lot of really cool stuff. And so you land. The pool's a little shallow, so there's an initial kind of thud from like hitting the water and then touching the bottom of the pool and coming back up, and you're like, oh, that kind of hurt. But then like the pain very quickly kind of soothes away.
Oh, well, that was impressive.
Was it?
I
Yeah.
hold up a piece of paper that's got a 7 on it. 7.
Okay, let's look at. Hey, that's my paper.
Eh.
Hey, you'll be alright.
Yeah.
All right.
I whatever's happening, I'm laying there on my back, just stretched out. just floating.
Red, flip over.
No.
Oh, okay. We're just gonna. Okay, cool. Stay
Let
like that.
him relax.
How long are you guys gonna kind of stay and just kind of relax?
How long does it look before it has an impact on red skin? Like, I'm not gonna jump in the water because I feel like
I'm just kind of curious, like assuming
long?
nothing happened, how long before you guys give up?
How long until the opium mist affects us?
Well, you guys you kind of start feeling the effects, but it never gets you high. It just kind of relaxes you.
Y'all jump in. This feels amazing.
Listen. I usually stay away from like white flashy things. Just kind of a rule of thumb for me. I don't know if jumping in the water is going to be good. I'm happy it's working for you, but it's probably
Cannonball!
not. Wow. Was this all butt ass naked?
Nah, I only got some of the clothes off. It's mostly the weapons. I ain't gonna get them wet. Whee!
Yeah, I'm gonna stay over here. Caleb, you can go in. I could just stay here and chill for a little while. Caleb, are you gonna stay or are you gonna go?
Calum, sorry, I was making some rolls. Calum is just like, no, I've been here. I'm just gonna finish dealing with my spells.
You sure you don't want to jump in the water?
Calum's like, I'm good.
Positive you don't want to jump in the water, Caleb?
He just kind of walks away and finds a rock somewhere. Starts pulling out his stuff. But okay, so Volred. After about a half hour or so of just kind of soaking in the water, and even if this doesn't do anything, it does feel amazing. It kind of harkens you back to like in the old days, back when you were normal in Kyosa, where you might actually have attendants that would give you like a proper hot bath with, bath bombs and oils and all kinds of stuff. And it kind of harkens you back to that same way of like deeply cleansing waters that go right through your skin and, just let you know quality.
Yes.
Except for the ineptitude. But then there's this feeling that kind of starts at the base of your spine. A slight sensation, almost kind of like a tickle, that starts to kind of move up your spine a little bit. And it goes from being a tickle to more of a warm sensation. Like someone rubbing hot oil on your back. And as it kind of makes its way up to the wound, for a brief moment, there's a sharp pain. As it's almost like when it hits it, that energy kind of shoots through the wound and starts radiating out. The pain, although very sharp in the beginning, quickly kind of dulls a little bit, and you feel a pressure in your back, almost as if like something is reaching into your spine and ripping and like slowly pulling out something from your back. It's a it's a very unusual feeling. Izal, as you're kind of sitting there, you kind of watch down, and after a brief moment, you're starting to feel power, in a sense, and a very familiar kind of power, like the kind of power that comes when you radiate energy from your god. And as you're kind of glancing down and looking, you are watching as like this water, as it kind of gets absorbed by your skin, you're watching thin trails of light start to make its way through your body. And it's almost as if it's like calling forth that divine energy deep inside of you and pulling it to the surface.
Mm.
What's going on?
Feel tingly.
Is it
Oh,
your
you
neck?
feel it?
No.
Is it your back?
No.
Is it your nether regions?
What? No. It's like everywhere.
Oh, so it's not your crack either?
It's all of them. Yeah.
Oh, it's all of them. Oh, wow, that's intimidating.
For me, it's just my back.
Just your back? Does it hurt?
Sure.
That it either hurts or it doesn't. Like, what do you mean, sure?
It did hurt. There was an immense moment of pain. But now it feels like this curse energy is being pulled away.
Hmm.
It feels good.
So it hurt, now I feel good.
Y'all should jump in. This is great.
Get in the pool.
Fine. So he takes off his, like, he has like a little vest on, and then his pants, but leaves his underwear on and jumps into the pool.
All right, so take off the vest and the harem pants, and then go for a dive.
Yep.
Okay, and after that, like, Caleb is sitting here going, it starts disrobing.
Oh, good. We are very close to just splashing the shit out of you.
Yes. Izal, just for your own edification, you are under the effects of the Divine Fervor spell for an hour after you leave the pool. Doesn't necessarily help you out too much if you're not in combat, but yeah, it's almost kind of like when you go into rage and you feel summon forth that divine energy. It's like that, but it doesn't turn off. This is kind of what it feels like. Okay. And then Volred, as you spend a little bit more time in the pool and start kind of wiping your new, raw baby flesh, the few pieces of your skin that was kind of molting kind of slough off, and what was originally this kind of very raw pink skin now very quickly starts to return the color and vibrancy of fresh, healthy skin. And even just kind of taking some moments to look at yourself in the water, once you're done, you look indistinguishable from your original self.
I'm just like feeling myself like just like all over. Like all over, just like
Yep.
Whoa. I feel
As far as you can tell, you are back to 100%, my friend.
Arthur
How do
will
I
swim
look?
over to like a Zal and just like, he's attractive.
Mm-hmm.
But like, not in a sexual favors kind of way, but like, he's attractive.
Rich and beautiful. That's two things.
Right. Double knockout. Well, good for you, Red.
Woo!
Do I look okay?
You look great. Let's go kill your
Fantastic.
family. What? I'm sorry. I just feel really excited right now. So
And then after a little bit of time, let's see here. See what get here. Oh, that's not even cool. Okay. All right. Just rolling on the charts. Arthur, as you're kind of sitting there contemplating and just kind of taking in the natural energy, deep inside, like your psyche in your body, you feel a presence start to creep in a little bit. It's not it's not like the same thing like when Calum or Maylor kind of do the telepathy type thing. It's almost kind of it's a similar feeling that like when you're in animal form or you're doing some of your druid stuff, you could just kind of feel this part of nature inside of you. And all at once, you kind of have this sort of, it's almost kind of like a shift in your body is one way of putting it. It's like your general perception kind of strays out from beyond your body a little bit, and you can feel the mountain, you can feel the forest and the animals in the trees. You can feel a small bit of nexus of energy that exists somewhere beneath the roots of that tree, and you can feel that it connects to some place far beyond the material plane. You can feel almost like the hum of magic weaving through this valley in an organized fashion. It's bizarre. And then the voice enters from deep inside that natural part of you. A woman's voice just kind of comes through and rises. It's less of a voice and more of just like something that is in your head that you know to be true. And the feeling is just kind of, you've done well, child. You've come a long way. Call on me, and I will be there.
Call on you. Call me maybe. Wait.
And then the voice recedes, but the feeling does not.
Call on me and I'll be there. Like,
I'll be there. Caleb, I told you about no freaking witch and some wicked candy house.
Arthur, are you singing?
I mean, a little bit, I guess. Something. Did you hear any talking?
No.
It's all.
what?
Did you hear anybody talking? Saying
No,
anything?
I have a buzzing in my ears right now. So no.
I'm gonna have to get out this pool. I'm gonna have to get out of here because this. I think
get
it's.
pruny.
No, I think this is the same kind of stuff that happens to Caleb all the time, where he's talking things in his head, and I'm not really big on that.
You heard voices?
Yeah, something said, "Call on me and I'll be there." What's it, child? You've come a long way. Call on me and I'll be there. And I was like, I don't think that's Azal, because that sounds too raspy and too deep for Azal. And then I didn't think it was you because you don't talk that much. And then Caleb is just Caleb. But yeah, so I might have to get out of this water.
Have you heard the voice before?
No.
Never. Okay.
That's strange. Zal, are you hearing voices?
No, I just feel kind of wired up.
Caleb, how do you feel?
Caleb kind of sits a moment, kind of doing a similar thing to you, kind of touching his hands. He's like, I feel good. But I can honestly say I've never felt this good when visiting here before.
Interesting.
Have you ever been in the water?
No.
Well, now we know. Private bath area.
How long did you live here?
Actually, that's a good question. Well,
DM, how long did I live here? Oh,
Well,
that's funny you should ask that.
technically live here. He's lived here. I mean, if he's in his 30s, at least 30 years. I mean, Caleb was a small child when he came to live here.
Caleb, you've been here for quite some time, yet you've never been into the water.
Well, the thing about this place is there's a lot of strange magics, and it's generally not a good idea to mess with magics you don't understand.
But you just told Volred, he said it was fine for Volred to get in there, and then I got in there. You didn't say anything. When was that going to come up?
Well, Elden Voss said it was fine to go in there, and I just never saw the reason to go.
You usually don't blindly listen like this. But I guess if it was your father, then that might be different.
Yeah, never blindly listen to your father.
I have an awful lot of curiosity, but for most of my life, my curiosity has been sated by books. The idea of visiting a place or traveling or doing something like this is really new. But I can tell you, I certainly wouldn't have done it if you guys weren't here.
I'm going to get out of the pool.
I want to stay.
Like forever or just for a little while longer?
Sure. For a little while longer.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, the place is like, I don't know, it's not that far from the palace. Yeah, it's like maybe a mile from the palace, so it's not very far. So it's not like it took you guys a whole lot of time to get here.
If you all go, I will stay a while.
Jeez.
Wow.
Yeah, okay, cool. I mean, don't shrivel up. I mean, you just got back from being shriveled, so don't be like, just kidding. You know, there's not really a good way to say that. Just come back soon. Don't stay out here the whole time.
Understood.
I pick up like a rock and I just chuck it really hard and it glows with radiant energy. That's so cool.
Yeah.
So you just
Chuck the rock. It hits like another piece of rock, shatters into a whole bunch of light, spreads out and hits the pool, and then there's splashes of a whole bunch of different light.
It's like the best pool. We need one of these if we ever settle down somewhere.
Would they be mad if I took some of the water?
I wonder if he'll do anything.
Caleb says, I don't think anyone would be mad.
Okay, great. I shape water.
Yeah, I mean, you get the sense like he's like, I don't know what to say to that.
Understood. I have a canteen, and I'm gonna fill it up with this water.
Mystery water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Turns into poison after it gets a certain distance away from
It's the poison. Cusco's poison. Poison specifically designed to kill Cusco.
You sounded just like that when you were
Cusco
talking to the
poison.
chipmunk.
Squiggity squeak, squeak it.
Squeakers.
All right. So what is this water skin of what?
Glow
Uh,
water.
What's the name of the well or the pool or whatever?
It's called the Spring of Fate.
Wanna
I know,
feta?
ominous
Don't you
name.
wanna feta?
All right. Cool.
I know. Caleb got a good boon too.
Got a good what?
He got a good boon too.
Oh, I didn't even know. I don't even know what my boon is. It just said call me and it.
If you
Call me
need
and I'll
me,
be there.
call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far.
Oh, no.
Baby,
Can I answer my
just
question
call
about
my
what boon
name.
is?
I'll be there in a hurry.
Mine wears off in an hour.
Yeah, sorry. I rolled a 2 percentile.
Eh.
The only one that I didn't roll for was Bull Red. I chose an effect.
All right, rock out with your cock out, Volred. We're going.
Okay.
Head back to the. I'm gonna head back, I guess.
Okay. So, you guys head back to the palace.
Sans Volred.
Yeah, apparently not roll red. So, but yeah.
Yep. Volred's gonna spend a little bit more time with his new baby skin. So, he's probably just gonna spend the next hour staring at himself in the water.
Look
Probably.
at my reflection.
You'll be like, "Damn, I'm handsome."
Perfection.
But yeah, you know, even Art says like Volred's a really good-looking guy. I mean, that high charisma score does not come from his people skills.
Doesn't have a high
Oh,
charisma score.
That's actually a good question. I don't know what his charisma score is.
I think
but-
his charisma is pretty high, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought it was relatively. I mean, it's got a +1.
Oh,
But that, yeah, but that does not
bad.
come from people skills. That just comes from he's pretty to look at, and
He's not charismatic.
it's the only thing I kind of liked about like riffs that we never really get to play because like beauty is an actual stat there, and it's separate than charisma. But anyway, we digress. So you guys return to the palace, Sans Volred, and well, kind of depends. I mean, you guys really had essentially 5 hours before you guys were going to try and hook up with Elden Boss. So, did you guys spend that whole time at the pool, or
I was
You guys
only
spend
spent like 2 to 3 hours at the pool, and then probably would have made our way back. That would have been
Have a
my
good beach
thought
day?
process. Yeah.
so as you guys make your way back, Elden Boss hasn't returned yet, but Aedrid, the man you guys initially mistook for Elden Boss, is kind of coming through and continuing to organize some books out in that main area and transferring some stuff, and kind of looks over. Ah, so you lost your other compatriot already?
Lost is not really the word. As to say, he's just enjoying. He's purifying himself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka.
Right. Well, hopefully that is of benefit to him.
Yeah, he looks like a brand new person. Like actually, you know what? Top notch waters. I actually got some here in this little satchel thing. That's like It's got to be some good stuff.
Kind of looks at it and goes, yes, I would be very interested to know how long it keeps its efficacy once leaving the valley. Do let me know.
Efficacy.
Effective,
How do you put that? Oh, okay. Effectiveness.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes, things that have magical properties due to the environment in which they're from lose those properties once they spend a significant amount of time away from that environment. I've never actually taken any of the waters from the spring outside of the valley, so I don't know if it's the case.
Yeah, because you live here. Why would you take it? You could just literally walk over there and get it whenever you want.
Well, yes, but we try not to abuse the magics of this place. If other people were aware of what we had here, well, let's just say there are powers that would seek very much to claim it.
Yeah, speaking of which, do you ever go in the water and then stuff start talking to you from the inside? Like does that happen to you often? Is that a common thing?
He kind of looks at you. No, not really. Though I don't spend very much time in the waters there at the spring. There have been instances of individuals in the past who have had spiritual experiences there, communing with gods or individuals from other dimensions.
Other dimensions?
Yes. The spring itself comes from a portal connected to the Feywild. So a great many energies kind of pour in from there.
I drank a whole bunch of energies when I was in the water, and now it's all inside of me, and I got these people talking to me for no freaking reason.
Well, most likely the individual or entity that spoke to you is likely an archfey, or perhaps some sort of nature deity that perhaps is loosely connected to your druid craft, and now through this medium has been able to communicate with you or grant you some manner of boon.
Did that sound like Eladin?
No.
So how can I tell what thing was talking to me and who? Because it said call on me and I'll be there. Like that sounds like that's a permanent thing. How do I figure out what that is? Because I don't want to like a parasite in me. You know, like I've had some bad Sawagan, but other than that, we did a daily clean and that was fine. I cleaned that out. It was good. But now I'm concerned that there's something else that doesn't belong there.
Well, perhaps Master Elvenboss could help with some sort of divination ritual to determine the connection of what reached out to you.
Sitting in here with this bug in my stomach for a long time. This thing gonna be eating on my food. I don't eat a lot of food in the first place, but it's gonna be eating on my nutrients, and I'm gonna have to get a granola bar. Crazy. Oh, are you listening?
Oh yeah.
I'm.
Yeah. Right now he's sitting here thinking, interesting. No one's ever obtained madness from going to the springs before.
Oh, this is all natural. This is me. This is how I function.
You must have been downstream from Volred, and his curse just kind of moved over to you.
Right.
No curse, that's just art.
It might be all the opioids I breathe in.
Or it could just be
Tomorrow,
art.
everything's back to normal. Volrid still looks the same. It's like, what happened? It's like, we were just really high.
And
This is
hallucinating.
like a giant hallucination. Oh, man.
Okay.
No one talked to me, so...
Okay. So, Volred, how long are you going to be out?
I'm milking this. This is the nicest spa day I've had in quite some time.
Okay. Do you plan on heading back like at dusk or after dusk, or just head back when you're ready to go to sleep, kind of thing?
Ready to go to sleep.
Okay.
You'll pass out
So,
in the water, man.
A couple hours pass, and dinner is kind of prepared. It's simple, but effective. And Aedrid is kind of setting the table, sitting everything down. When the corporeal form of Elden Boss kind of makes his way into the chamber. In the similar deal where he's got like the robes that were just kind of taken off or kind of laid down at his side. And so he looks like he's just kind of like wearing this crazy long skirt and bare chested. At this point, some of his hairs are in kind of these loose braids and kind of tied together with cloth and such, similar to how some dwarves may do with their beard, just in this guy's hair. Not quite dread territory, but thinking something similar. As he kind of walks through, kind of glances around. Well, your friend isn't here. I suppose that was a benefit to him.
He died.
Well, so the curse was that powerful, huh?
Of relaxation, and will be joining us shortly, hopefully.
Well, that's good. Well, I, for one, have had a very long day at staring at the stars. Yes.
I know you just said you had a really long day, but your friend Adrian, said you might be able to help me figure out what this voice is that's inside of me that came up out of the water. I'm a little concerned.
Okay. And so he kind of moves forward a little bit, kind of sits at the table opposite of you, kind of pulls back up some of his robes a little bit, kind of shoves his hand into like a pocket and pulls out a deck of cards and starts shuffling them.
Do all of y'all like to be just like half naked here? Is that just like the common trend?
And he kind of sits here and goes, this place is of perfect temperature. And kind of just keeps shuffling. Besides, I often paint runes on myself when I'm in the middle of rituals. So.
Like a tattoo?
Yeah, I use woad.
Like this?
Something like that, only I paint it on my body using woad and other herbs.
Alright.
Kind of shuffling some more. Sets the cards down on the table opposite you as Aedrin kind of starts doling out some food. So what's specifically the question you want me to ask?
What thing is inside of me now?
Okay. And he starts flipping over cards first, like in a cross pattern, and then lays out some more. As that happens, you see him do kind of a quick trace, and his eyes kind of flare a little bit as he's kind of looking over the cards. It looks like he'll inspect one card and then go look at another card. The thing about divination is it's not entirely precise, but from what I can tell here, you were contacted by a nature deity.
But we don't know which one.
Well, these cards here represent rebirth. And so I seem as though you may have spoken, however briefly, to Cetera, if I had to guess.
Can you spell that for me, Eric?
Yes.
Where's the fun in that?
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of S's.
But there's no T either. It's just sassafras.
Sassafras.
Cetera. She is also known as the Changebringer. You would know her as Kylantha's deity. She represents, she is revered generally like a nature deity, but her actual domains are life, death, rebirth. the cycle of being and is therefore often worshipped as a goddess of time and chaos, things of that nature. But basically, she just represents change, of particularly of one thing into another.
So she said, "Call on me and I'll be there." What? How do I? What do I? What do I do? What do I? How do I do that?
Sounds to me as though she has bestowed upon you a boon.
A boo? I'm set her
Boon.
off boo?
Some kind of, I suppose you could call it an IOU. She seems to perhaps have given you a mechanism by which to seek her intervention.
But like, how many times can I do that?
I don't know.
Is there a way to talk to Satora?
Set her up. Yeah, there are some rituals that can be performed. Calum knows quite a few. They're not that different from the rituals we use during the ascertainment. But yeah, if you really need to,
I just
typically
really more just curious, like what exactly she wants me like. There's a lot of questions actually. I'm just trying to figure it out. Like I just need to know like what it's going to be a one-time thing. Do I need to be careful of it? Like the pearl on the necklace, like you only get one shot at this and then you fuck it up. This is kind of important. Yeah. Also, I have another question for you, Mr. Eldon Voss, right?
my name is Eckerd.
Eckerd?
Eckerd.
Eckerd. Eckerd. All right. Well, Eckerd. Actually, got that right. All right, Eckerd.
That means you scored some DM points.
So, Lady Sybil and Caleb here said that you might have some way of getting into Taibose or an audience with Serpentine. Is that true?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say that I have a way to simply get you in. That being said, there are certainly some ways that I could think of that you might get in. I've never personally been to the Crystal Island. However, it is possible that you could gain admittance, though they don't normally let outsiders in. I have heard tale of them allowing some choice ones that bring them or do some good deed for them being permitted in, heroes or such. On other occasions, I have also understood them to allow individuals in as payment for the return of artifacts native to their homeland, or in during certain festivals where outsiders are permitted entrance.
So I would have to do some type of deed to get in.
That's one way you might gain entrance.
Well, what if I have bloodline connections to druids.
I suppose that's certainly possible, as if you were to arrive as an official emissary of a druid enclave, it's possible you might gain at least limited entry.
It wouldn't be like a clave emissary. I wouldn't be a representative. I would just kind of be connected to one. I don't know how to explain it. See, my mom was a druid, and I didn't know that until recently. But apparently, she had some really big connections to the the Ring of Eladeth, and I'm just trying to learn more about her and my druid ring. I guess that's how you say it. And
Then why not just return to your ring? Your circle.
I came from my ring, and my mom left the ring, and though they miss her, I think there's still some caution about my relationship with her and her ability to come back. Apparently, people don't just leave the ring. They tend to stay there and live out their lives amongst the ring. My mom chose
That
differently.
is somewhat typical.
Yeah, my mom chose differently. So I don't know if they're as open to teaching me as I would probably get from someone who has no experience with my family.
Well, I suppose it's possible. Your compatriot, the one you came here for,
Full red.
yeah, sorry, Volred. He is an elf, and generally speaking, most elves are permitted, at least to a certain degree, in Tibet, if only the city, not necessarily the sacred grounds. The only other way that I could imagine you could enter outside of the normal channels is if somehow you manage to enter through the Shadow Gate, or if you somehow manage to enter through the temple on the eastern edge of the island.
There's a temple here.
Well, not here. On the eastern end of the island of Tibet, there is a temple there, from what I've been told. One that the locals in the valley tend to try and ignore as best they can. From what I understand, it is older even than the island. It existed possibly even before the elves settled that area. The architecture is unknown by any current civilization, and from what I understand, those that enter the labyrinth that surrounds it never leave, and that most forms of magic, arcane and divine, cease to function within the walls of the labyrinth itself.
And you haven't heard of anybody making it through that temple.
No, never. The passageway is considered so unpassable that the elves on the island don't even bother guarding that as an entrance. As far as I'm aware, the only person alive to ever pass through the labyrinth and return was Lord Serpentine. And even then, that's just a story.
When you said something about the what was it, Temple of Shadows, or what was it?
Talking about the name of the temple?
No, you said there was another passageway called something of the Shadows.
Oh, well, from what I understand, there is a shadow gate in the north of the island. It exists on a section of the mountain near the lake that exists there. But I mean, you would have to locate another shadow gate and gain a keystone that activates that gate, and that is not an easy task.
So you would have to know the other gate, find a keystone for the other gate, and then use the shadow gate to get to that location.
Yes, from my understanding, when the shadow gates are created, uh, they are hewn from a single piece of stone and enchanted with magic. And when the archway is cut out, they take pieces of the rock that was removed and then forge them into stones. Because those stones were actually once part of the same piece of rock that was used in the construction of the Shadow Gate, they're considered linked in some sort of magical way. It's sort of a bit like a tuning fork in another plane of existence, except obviously the Shadow Gate can only be used. The number of keys that can be created to any particular Shadow Gate is necessarily limited.
Um, None of this sounds easy. Red?
But hey, you could travel to Rue Alatas and find out if there are other ways. I mean, I am sure that there are people who travel in and out of the area from time to time. Um, and the sad part is, unless you have some manner of notoriety and the people there trust you, it's hard to gain entrance. Uh, the Lorenos dynasty has been very protective of the island.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of that sounds pretty dangerous. So it might just be traveling to the island and just kind of seeing if there's another way in.
Yep.
Are you guys okay with that, or we can wait?
Should we try to find one of the stones for the shadow portal? Shadow gate?
Yeah, but I think we would probably need to visit the Shadow Gate first to know what kind of stone we're looking for. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But that Shadow Gate is on the eastern side of the Isle of Taigosei. So we're gonna
Shadow Gate is on the northern side of the island. The weird temple, super old, is on the eastern side.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, sorry.
Yep, that's fine.
The temple is the one that's older. It's a labyrinth and has magic canceling auras. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry.
But yeah, they just know that the elves did not build it. It's been there since before the elves.
Ancient human ruins.
This is
Above
it.
ground.
the Shadow Gate would be on the north side of the island, and that's a little bit of a trip. So I just don't want to make you guys go all the way out there.
I mean, other than that, we just got the whole killing Volred's family going on.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, I mean, that could be done for any time. I mean, elves live for so long, we could just kind of pick whenever.
Red, okay with that?
Wait, have I been here?
I
thought
don't.
was still.
I think Volred's not here, so
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Red's
So-
still at the.
he's
The
still
Volred be doing a deep soak.
Alright.
he's still
Caleb.
rocking out with the cock out.
Yeah, Caleb, are you good with that or?
I'm fine. I don't know how to get in there, but sounds like a cool place to visit.
We didn't know how to get in here either, but we made it.
So to activate the Shadow Gate, you have to go from one Shadow Gate to another.
I don't know if
Yeah.
I heard this right, but to activate a Shadow Gate, you need like some type of stone that was pulled from the Shadow Gate to allow you to go back and forth between them.
So, but the Shadow Gates only go from one Shadow Gate to another.
No. When you have the keystone and approach a shadow gate, any shadow gate, it will resonate with the shadow gate whose keystone you hold.
Okay.
And when you pass through that shadow gate, it will take you there. Which is kind of the downside is the keystone, regardless of the shadow gate, can only take you to one specific location. If you want to get back, you'll need to either have a keystone to another shadow gate or some other way of leaving.
So we would have to find the keystone for the Shadow Gates. Time, say, specifically in the kingdom, and then even if we do find one of those, it doesn't mean that we'd be welcomed once we show up.
I mean, there's no guarantee we'll be welcome no matter what unless we get express permission.
Yeah, which is why I think we should probably go to Rue Alatas and see if there's any other ways before we just start breaking and entering into Tybell say.
Well, they were having that meeting at insert island name that I need to look up. Moving up my
A
notes.
festival that happens like once every so often where people go to the island and possibly get.
Damn it. Capital Islands. Capital Island.
There are Yellen.
Air Island. Was that where House Hawklight's ship was at?
Yes.
Right. At Air Ariellen, they were having the meeting of the different representatives. I think one of them was supposed to be from Tybell Say.
Does that sound accurate, Eric?
To Izal's best recollection, the Ashgar and its representatives, the Hands of the Golden Forge, are supposed to meet in Rue Alatos with representatives of the Lurinos dynasty. But the Hands of the Golden Forge and the representatives were in Air Ariellen until they have to leave to go to that meeting.
And do we know roughly when that meeting is supposed to be?
Nope.
Nope.
You just knew it was supposed to be sometime soon.
So if we take the trip back to Air Ariellen, spend the time on the boat going back, we might miss the opportunity to meet these people on Rue Alatas.
Yep.
But instead, we could probably just go to Rue Alatas and just wait for that meeting to happen.
Yeah. Alright, I was just throwing it out there that there might be a connection. I wasn't sure about a timeline. But if we go to Realitas, that's something we could look into then.
Yeah, I think we probably should go. We should probably go to Rural's house because I don't want to. It takes a long time to get from point A to point B on a boat, and we might miss our chance to talk to him. We've been gone for a while already.
Okay. Looks like that's next on the trip then. And if that doesn't pan out, go kill Volred's family.
Yes. Well, go hunt down Bullet's family for information, and if it ends up being something negative, then we kill Bullet's family. Not just straight up kill Bullet's family.
Hey. End result.
It's the journey, not the destination.
I'm gonna get to the destination. You just said the journey took a long time. Let's get to the point.
Well, I think we should go to Rural's house.
I agree. Caleb,
Sounds good to me.
Volred. No, he's still soaking his eggs.
Did you say soaking his aids?
Eggs.
Eggs. That's not better. But all right, we should probably go get him. He's been there for a while.
Oh, he's probably all pruny. Although, like,
wait,
heals
Caleb.
you, though.
Caleb, can you do that ritual thing so I could talk to Satora?
Cetera.
I'm gonna go get Volred. Y'all do that.
Satora. Yes, Satora. Sorry, listen. I don't know who this deity is. I'm just learning it. But apparently, I'm their dude. So I mean, we'll figure it out.
I'm gonna get some travel food, like some
Okay.
rolls and stuff.
We can give it a shot.
And go get Volred while y'all do that. Get a burrito.
Get a burrito. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
So, Caleb kind of takes you off to a little side room and starts setting up a little ritual space.
Hey, whoa! What is this? All this candlelight. There's no dinner.
Dinner.
And it's like, we just had dinner.
Count that as a date? That's rude. Now I see why you've been.
No,
secretly-
I'm about to do an ascertainment.
You about to attain my ass? What?
I'm doing a ritual
Oh, okay.
to
You should've-
summon Cetera.
Oh, you should have said that from the beginning. That was so weird. You don't have to attain my ass. That's weird. You got all these candles.
Okay.
I mean, these are nice candles. Where'd you get these?
Second save. No,
Second thing.
someplace. Oh no! All right. So Caleb finishes kind of setting up the area. No. Let's just move away from the Discord before I go into
Serious.
some kind of exposition. All right. Art,
Yes.
you're kind of brought in to sit in the center of this circle. And Caleb kind of looks through it. So, I don't know how this is going to work out for you. It's different for every person. But, I mean, it should work out, though.
And we'll just say you love me and let me go. That's all you gotta do.
Okay.
I'm gonna be all right.
So,
Very
he
well.
starts performing the ritual of ascertainment, and you're just kind of sat there left to sit in quiet meditation, nothing you haven't done a whole bunch of times before, and just kind of turn inward. It's like, man, I hope this bitch don't keep me waiting for too long, and
No, I'm not sitting here for 3-4 hours and my neck start hurting. All this stuff. I'm gonna have to go jump back in the pool.
Okay. It takes a few minutes, but you do start to feel your consciousness start to slide a little bit, and the tallow smell of the candles is kind of slowly replaced by the scent of fresh air, pine, earth. And then you find, as you kind of wake up in a state you must sense as some manner of dream, uh, in a forest in the earliness of spring.
Was that lavender? That's pretty.
Very quickly, you start kind of watching the days turn to nights, nights turn to days, and this endless cycle as if time is speeding up. Spring turns into late spring, which turns into summer, which turns into fall, and then winter, and then spring, and then all at once, it's like the area around you is rapidly changing.
This is one of them time lapse things that you always see. So the stars and all that stuff come up. This is interesting.
Yep. And then you kind of watch as like animals are like coming into view and moving really fast, and then you watch as like some of them are born, and then grow up, and then die, and then decay, and this rapid acceleration of time. And then all at once it stops. Leaves are held suspended in air. It's going to slowly move out of the way. And even though no wind can be felt, there's a kind of dull sound, like a melody of chimes, that just kind of echoes faintly in all directions. You hear a branch snap behind you. And then as you turn, there's this massive, like, Adak creature. Pure white fur and these really dark black eyes that stands maybe about 20 feet tall at the shoulder, that's just kind of staring down at you with these piercing eyes.
Is this the same ADAC creature that there was that one hunter that like killed the thing in the forest?
Looks pretty similar.
Ooh. Someone loves the drama.
Although this one's much bigger.
Someone loves drama. That's a very dramatic entrance. I mean, I can appreciate the whole stop and time thing. You also have really dark eyes. That's a little intimidating. Are you Setaroth?
And without moving, the voice kind of echoes out, I am she.
Well, she's very pretty and very tall. But you apparently you talked to me in a pool / lake not too long ago, and I'm apparently your boo. Is that one of your boos?
And the eyes kind of look down at you and then narrow just a little bit, kind of judging you.
This is wrong.
I have decided to give you an opportunity to please me, yes.
So what exactly does that mean?
Her head just kind of tilts a little bit. I think you're interesting. Full of potential. And you are at a moment of great change, yes?
Yeah, I mean, we can go on about like what's happened in the last month or so. Like, my friends over there just died, and then have a revival. I talked to a god. I've actually talked to two gods, really. one of them cried on me, and the other one stood right in front of me and like was really scary and really empty. But they also told me about killing this bear with my bare hands, and then I would get these powers and stuff. And then I got these tattoos. These tattoos kind of give me like bad things. But then like the druid thing where I could shapeshift into other animals and stuff. You know, and that's really a long story. I'm sorry, I'm talking a lot.
It is fine. Time is of no consequence to me.
Is that why you did the whole day and night thing whenever I was coming here?
I simply needed to slow down to speak with you.
Well, yeah, I think I'm in a large time of change right now.
Well, I have invested in you a small piece of my power, temporary and consumable, so that I might observe. However, you can, of course, use that to call upon me, and I will give you my intervention. If I can.
So when you say intervention, you mean like you'll help me do something, or is that just like strictly fighting?
Either.
And then last question, can I only do that once?
Once the power has been used, you will not have it again. The reasons for which you choose to use this will tell me an awful lot about you.
Okay, one more question. I apologize. I said I was going to be on the last question, but this is the one more question. Uh, are you always going to talk to me, or is it only whenever I call on you?
We do not have that kind of connection. I am speaking to you now because this mortal has ways of drawing forth a portion of my power. But even then, I would not have come if I did not wish to speak.
I just wanted to make sure that I was prepared to hear random voices if that were to happen. Since it sounds like that's going to happen. Okay. Well, is there anything you need of me? I feel like I've asked a lot of questions and I haven't given you anything in return.
Well, I am here for the show, after all. I'm content to watch, and at such time you call upon me and use my intervention, then I will decide how I wish to proceed.
Okay. So I think that answers all of my questions. Is there like a specific way I'm supposed to wake up or go back now?
And you see the ADAC kind of give a little bit of a smile, which is a little unusual. And then you watch as like the body kind of quickly turns a little gray and then starts to rapidly decay as like worms and stuff start falling out of some of the holes in his body. And then the corpse just kind of falls down to the ground.
I need to grab the worm for Woody. It's not going to be a problem. I'm just going to grab one of them in a minute.
Okay, and then your consciousness returns to you, and you find yourself in the middle of this circle as Caleb's kind of fiddling with things. He's kind of like adjusting himself.
That was weird. It didn't seem like it stopped here. I can still smell Caleb's dirty clothes. This smells about right. Caleb!
And Caleb is sitting right there going, yeah.
How long was I out?
He kind of sits there and goes, I only just cast the spell like 3 seconds ago.
Oh wow, really? I had a whole. That is really cool. I wish I could talk to people like that, and it only take 3 seconds. That would be really nice.
It normally takes longer than that.
Oh well, no, I talked to Setera. Had my conversation. I know what's going on now. Look, I'm not gonna hear all the voices all the time, but there's a thing where I can call on her and she'll just come and help and she'll intervene, depending on what it is that I need the intervention for.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool too. She does this weird thing where it's like spins the world really fast, and then like all the seasons happen, and then like whenever she shows up, it's like, bam, stop.
Yeah, she does that.
You've talked to her before?
She's one of the deities I usually invoke for the ascertainment.
So you've talked to her before, then?
A couple times.
Well, why didn't you just tell me about all that stuff in the first place? Why you not? Why you make me go and talk to her about all that?
Because she only answers the questions she wants to answer. It's not like we never talk to her about you.
Okay, well that's fine. But she did do this weird ghost thing when she like melted and there was some words. Oh crap! I checked my pack to see if the worm is still there.
Nope.
Damn it! I was trying to get that for Woody.
Who's Woody?
Oh, the woodpecker. He's like not too far from him. He helped me figure out where Master Elden Boss was, or Eckert. I don't know if he wants me to call him Eckert or Elden Boss, whichever one. Thomas is out there too. He's actually pretty nice too. Just don't step on his nuts.
Point taken.
But yeah, cool. I've got what I needed, so good to go. Do you need help blowing out all these candles and wiping up some of those chalk marks that you got on the ground?
No, I'm good.
I drew a craft to puff out the candle anyway. Or one of them.
Okay. Yep, just kind of
Yeah. There you go. Can't say I didn't help. But now it's just really dark.
Yep. And Caleb.
Hey, actually, Caleb, I might need one of those lights back.
You're both blind as shit right now.
Yep. Okay. Full red is all. Anything else you guys wanted to do?
Forehead, get out of the water.
No.
I got you a burrito.
Okay.
Don't get bit by mosquitoes.
I get out of the water. Still just like flopping my stuff around.
Yep. And no wrinkles either?
I mean, I assume not. I mean, that water is pretty good.
Like heals
Yeah.
you for every wrinkle.
Does this mean I'm cured, or is this thing gonna come back?
I don't know.
We should probably ask someone.
If you ever feel like your spine is growing in pain, I guess that'd be a good sign that it's not gone.
It's a fair assessment. Though it would be a good idea to speak to Caleb's father and ask a few questions.
Mm-hmm. Here's a burrito.
Thank you.
You should probably put some clothes on though for the walk back because it's still winter and you're gonna freeze your balls off.
Okay.
Alright.
So I put my clothes back on.
Okay. Alright. And then you guys head back to the palace and get some sleep.
Hopefully.
You're going to attempt a long rest.
Oh yeah.
Okay, roll for invisible stalkers. Okay.
I got
Uh,
30 of them.
All right. Well, then we'll go ahead and take our break then, and then pick up when you guys wake up the following morning.
Yay.
Woo!
Insert dream sequence now.
we can make a deal sometime later.
I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
There wasn't enough winking involved. Blinking aggressively.
Oh no, man! I don't do this shady stuff. That's like, I don't know, Ari's thing or something. I don't know. Hey guys, welcome back.
Hi.
Hopefully your 15 minutes was productive.
No.
No.
Oh, well,
No, it was. I
Sucks.
played with my dog.
okay, yep. Well, I bet he enjoyed that. Okay, so, the morning, 79th day of Frost Rule. You awake in the relatively comfortable chambers of the palace here in the Valley of the Fates. The sunlight streaming through the open windows, a very gentle breeze kind of making its way through the room, and magnificent feather beds that you all were able to sleep on. Probably the best night's sleep that most of you, other than Volred, have ever had. So
Except Caleb too. He's had that.
that's
He
true.
lives here.
Yeah, he lives here. He has it off and on occasion while he's here. Yeah, he's like the child of like the parents are like a lawyer and a doctor, and they live in like a 10,000 square foot house, but yet he's a hippie,
He's just looking out.
and he just wants to like join Greenpeace or FEMA or some kind of charity organization.
FEMA is not like
Government?
Greenpeace. This is a completely different thing.
I don't know what's the one that they usually join.
PETA?
No. Green. No, I don't know.
He said,
Yeah, you know, like the place hippies go.
Portland?
Well, okay.
I wants to
that's
join Oregon.
The Adventures of Oregon.
Portlandia.
Yeah,
That's a show.
it is a show. The Peace Corps. That's what I'm thinking. I knew it started. It's Peace
Oh.
something. Like he wants to join the Peace Corps.
You said FEMA though.
Well, I'm getting in, that kind of thing. Just wants to help do charity stuff for people who need charity.
I'm pretty sure FEMA fails at that.
Notoriously bad at it.
Well, sorry.
It is their one job too.
We got you, Eric. We understand.
Yeah. You guys pick up what I'm putting down.
Yes.
Holy crap. The Peace Corps is like still a thing.
All right, let's get up.
There's another sponsorship we probably won't
We
get.
won't get sponsored by the Peace Corps. That is correct.
Or FEMA.
Or Portland.
Or PETA. I think we were getting sponsored by PETA.
Do we really want to get sponsored by FEMA though?
No, we'll never get. It'll be like 7 months too late, and we'll be out of.
Hey, but like we could totally do that. We could be like, hey guys, see Athoria? This too is what happens when our ocean's levels rises and everything is now islands.
I mean, low key, we can
Hunger
just kind
Games.
of tell everyone that we turned down an offer of sponsorship for FEMA. Like, what are they gonna do? Right, FEMA?
I don't know, sue us for libel.
They don't have the manpower to do that.
We don't have enough money for it to be worthwhile.
Yeah. Anyway, they'll write us a strongly worded letter.
At most, we get a cease and desist. That's all I'm
That
saying.
they'll never follow up on.
Yes.
At any rate, so the day is to do with as you will.
I want to talk to, like, Caleb's dad, bro.
His dad.
Well, I mean, I had it written down as Elton Vox or something like that, and you came back and named him something different or some shit.
So his name is Eckard,
Okay.
Eckard of Osric, but people call him Elden Boss or Old Fox.
Okay. Well, I would like to
So
talk
Elden
to.
Boss is just a nickname, I guess you could say.
Hmm,
But anyone who really knows him knows his name. His actual name is Eckard.
I would like to talk to Eckard.
Okay. You find Eckard out on the west end of the palace, um, under like these kind of multicolor, kind of layered tapestry canvas tops. There's kind of an old section of what looked like some kind of flagstone garden or something that kind of sheared off and fell into the lake. But he's kind of thrown some rugs and such in there, and has kind of surrounded himself with a few of his divining implements, and appears to just be sitting there on a pillow, letting his mind kind of wander just a little bit. As you kind of approach, he kind of throws his head over his shoulder and kind of shoots you a glance. Ah, well, seems you wake up a little bit earlier than the rest of your compatriots, but I suppose that has to do with you don't really sleep, do you?
That would be correct. Sometimes I wish I would, though.
Well,
Does is
certainly can. Dreaming is nice. It's where you take a few moments to kind of revel in possibility, and you can get a great deal of insight that way.
when one already has astound material wealth, the idea of sleeping to escape seems somewhat simple. That is a incorrect opinion that I've carried.
Well, at least you recognize its incorrectness, because I would point out that all that wealth hasn't done you very many favors in your current predicament.
In my current predicament, no, but that is possibly due to betrayal.
Well, I suppose there's got to be something like that. After all, people don't get curses like what you've got necessarily by accident.
If it was an accident, that'd be a catastrophic accident for sure. Someone will pay for this. I just don't know whom.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be only one person. As I'm sure you have also heard that if one goes to seek revenge, they had best dig two graves.
I haven't heard it stated like that.
But you understand the meaning just the same.
Sure.
Well, then, what is it I can help you with? Your condition seems to have improved.
Yes, it would appear to be. I feel relatively normal, yet being so far from normal for some time, it's quite hard to tell if I'm, completely back to where I was beforehand. What is your thought? Is this a moment of clarity that will return to a more cursed state? Is that what I'm asking is how permanent is those waters?
Well, it depends. The effect of the blessing one receives does tend to differ from person to person. Some people have been granted permanent boons, others are more temporary. Who can really say? But as for you, and he kind of reaches over and like pulls out like a bowl made of a tortoise shell, kind of reaches in, pulls out like some little bone dice, and starts kind of tossing them in there and shaking them around a little bit. Well, it's not really my skill to know these kinds of things for certain, and curses are not necessarily something that are easy to detect with magic, at least arcane magic anyway. But from what I'm able to divine here quickly, it looks as though your curse is not gone, only heavily suppressed. I suppose if you keep the way you're going now, it might be some time before its effects start really hampering you again.
Mm. So, for the foreseeable future, I do appear to be in a state in which I don't have heavy burden.
Yes, though we will see this. In some cases, curses so cured, they kind of build up a little bit of resistance as you go, as it were. Um, but who knows? If you're able to ascertain the origin of this curse and put it to bed reasonably quick, or find a counter curse to lift it, then supposedly the curse is still weak at the moment, and therefore should be pretty straightforward to get rid of it for good. Uh, Unless you decide to walk a darker path, in which case perhaps this lingers a little bit longer and starts rearing its ugly head again.
Can you give more insight in what you mean by that? Are you to say that I can accept that darkness?
Well, there are stories of individuals who have come to accept darkness and allow themselves to be consumed by that corruption. And in certain ways, it does grant you power, but at great cost. If you value the life that you have created, or perhaps even the life that you might wish to return to, it's not necessarily a good idea to give in to this kind of curse. Yeah. Let's just say that you will have to give up a great deal about your past life and even your present one, if that is a road you wish to walk.
Mm. This sort of magic, what sort of persons could manage such a curse?
Well, that question's a little bit easier to answer, I suppose, because it is exceptionally hard to do something like this. No ordinary caster is capable, really. Even when us mages dabble in curses, it's usually nothing this strong, and certainly that doesn't last so much. Uh, for a curse such as this, it requires a much more stronger source. In days past, there were curses that were cast that were so powerful, but demanded the life of the caster uh, as payment. In other times, great darkness and upheaval, such as places of great injustice, have desecrated the land, and that sorrow and misery and hatred over time manifested itself as some kind of an entity whose very proximity infects those around it. In some cases, even fell beings from beyond this world, devils and demons, are capable of such things, as well as quite a few many gods, it must be said.
Mm. Is there a possible material source that, you know, even if that power didn't come straight from the caster, was harnessed to
Oh,
create such a
it's
thing?
entirely possible. There are items, for example, if a sword, one could say, was left in an unholy place, tainted by that corruption, for an exceptional period of time, the weapon might take a piece of that curse with it. Such things are certainly possible, and not unheard of, honestly.
Mm. That water I was in, Mm, Does more like that exist in other places?
Oh, yes. The spring that lies here in the Valley of the Fates uh, comes from a location beyond this world, the realm of a deity. I don't know which one specifically. Some in the realm of the Feywild, or adjacent, perhaps an elven deity, who can say for certain. Uh, and the waters of their realm have entered this one through that spring. So, in that sense, they are a sort of divine water. There are many places all throughout the world, and there are those uh, who are naturally attuned to seek them out, the walkers of many horizons, as it were.
So, possibly a question or two then. Are you able to tell me the location of some of these other places should I be in a position where I require its assistance? Or can you lead me to those who would be able to tell me the location?
Well, I
Or
can't
is this
say that
something
I
Caleb
could.
already knows?
I doubt Caleb would know, or at least if he does, he hasn't said anything to me. Um, Energies such as these are exceptionally rare. Normally, they only come into being in places where powerful magic has been practiced. Um, so that might be something to look at, I suppose. Um, Perhaps members of the faith might know, because as I said, the sacred spring comes from a divine source. So it's entirely possible that there are faiths out there, clerics and priests of clergies of many faiths, that might have locations that their clergymen keep secret, that are important to them for religious purposes or such. I mean, it's hard to say for certain, but I don't really spend any time outside the valley. Uh, but I suppose if you knew someone who was well versed in the history of this place and uh, was skilled in the sensing of magics, then perhaps they could tell you.
Then, what would I ask for? Say I were to visit um, people of the faith. Would asking for magical spring suffice, or is there a better terminology for what I'm requiring?
Well, I believe the general agnostic term is a fane of power. Uh, that's fane, Fane. Uh, some place that is invested with the energies of the divine. Um, if they have such a place, they could do that, or even if one of the faith have ways of cleansing corruption of that sort. It's not something your ordinary priest is capable of handling, but perhaps a truly powerful avatar of a god could.
I understand. I believe I've learned what I wanted to ask. I appreciate your assistance. This is a beautiful place that you live. I could see why one would not want to leave.
Yes, it is certainly a nice place. That isn't to say that I dislike the outside world. I traveled it quite a bit whenever I was younger. I came here from a long way off. And once I found this place, I immediately understood its importance. And, well, who knows? Perhaps one day there will be more who will come, but unfortunately, I get somewhat limited with the amount of students I can take in because the more people that travel to this place, the more chance its special properties will be discovered.
That is understandable. Well, thank you. I will leave you be.
No worries. I'm just casting my sight to the stars and seeing what comes out.
I assume whatever that be must be beautiful. And I take a bow.
And he kind of shuffles back around a little bit and starts like re-entering his meditative pose.
I stare for like 5 seconds, but before it gets awkward, I walk away.
Okay. I know it's so funny because all of those little micro face movements Volred makes under the mask totally visible now. So
Volred's
He's
going
just
through.
making faces at people now the whole time.
Yeah, Volred's going through what many of us in a post-COVID society understand, where you forget that you're not wearing a mask in public, so you're just kind of staring at people, making like a face. Yeah. So, anyways, I go back to the main area or whatever to see if there's any fuckers around.
I don't know. Are fuckers around?
Fucking right they are. We gotta go get a boat.
Is that? Does that mean you're Therazol and I'm talking to you now?
Yeah.
Oh. Where are we going?
One of the islands that lead, the closest island that's to us that can lead to Taibelse, but not Taibelse.
Wow. Why are we going there?
Hopefully, we can find someone who I'm not very good. Caleb, Arthur,
Yeah, what? What's up?
come explain the plan to go to Taibelse. I don't remember it too well.
Well, I mean, technically we got a couple of options. The first one is going to the Shadow Gate at the north part of the island. That requires a lot of work because we'll have to find a stone or another like key that'll get us to the specific Shadow Gate in Taibelse. The other one we can do is we can try going in through a temple on the eastern side of the island, but basically it's unprotected, but they feel like they don't need to protect it because it's old magics and it like cancels out magic and it's really old and it's a labyrinth and you get stuck and a lot of people that have gone in there have to come back out. There's only one person that's been known to go back and forth between that place, and that's Serpentine himself. So doesn't sound very good. Or we can go to Rualatas, and see if we can meet up with the, what are they called? The campaigners, the people who prostitute for Taibelse.
Prostitute?
Yeah.
Prophets?
No, not like prophets. They
Speculate?
like talk about Taibelse all the time, and they're like what is it? Embarrassing,
Ambassador?
yeah, that one. They're ambassadors for Taibelse.
That's a trip to get to that word.
Can I ask an uninformed question?
I may have an uninformed answer.
What is the reason we are going to Taibelse again?
So I can try to get into Taibelse so I can learn more druid stuff.
Got it.
And what was the name of the island?
Rualatas.
Okay.
What is your name again?
Arthur.
Arthur.
I can spell it if you want me to.
No.
I
No?
mean, I can put several letters together too, and hope it sounds right.
Well, I know how to spell my own name.
Arthur? No, I thought Rualitas.
Oh no, I said I could spell my name if you want me to.
Now we're good. I believe you. Can you spell Rualitas though?
Oh.
Good, because neither can I. I just kind of guessed.
Oh, okay. I thought that was like a pop quiz and I failed.
No.
Kim likes to do that stuff every once in a while. But the words are a lot easier, like cat and house. He has to say it slow like that so that way I can learn to spell it.
Q-A-T. Cat.
Wow, no. Not even. Are you sure you know how to spell?
That's a
So Arthur's like, wait a second, that's not the way Caleb explained it to.
Am I spelling it wrong,
I'm
Caleb?
pretty sure it's Q-A-T.
Caleb? Caleb.
I leave.
But yeah.
I come back.
So I mean, I guess I explained what was necessary. So I mean, are we gonna be good to go, or are we just gonna wait again?
I'm here because of you guys, so let's go.
I would say let's not wait super long because we don't know how long it's gonna take. We don't know if they're already there or not.
We should go immediately.
Yeah, we have to get a boat though.
Has anyone asked Ellen Vox?
Eckerd?
Like the store?
Yeah, basically.
That's not around anymore?
CVS. Anyone asked CVS where we could he like teleport us from point A to point B? No.
We might be able to, but then like, how do we get back?
I don't know, take a boat back, but like, I know teleportation's a thing that powerful wizards can do.
Yeah, we could ask him. Like, that's not. I guess that's not that bad. I've been asking him a whole bunch of other questions, so let's see why not.
I guess I'll go ask him.
Caleb,
Caleb, come with me. We're gonna go ask your dad a favor.
Yeah. Take us back to your dad. Wait, no, let's
Caelim's not around. He hasn't come
Where's
down
Caleb
yet.
not? Oh.
I'm gonna go
Caleb!
pull his ass up.
Caleb!
Caleb!
And then Galen kind of like exits the bedroom and kind of like, because from where you guys are at, you can shout, it echoes in this freaking place.
Faster than trying to find out which room he was in.
And then like Caleb kind of descends like a staircase and goes, "Oh, I hear you."
Like, come downstairs. Here you are. There. Oh, hi, Caleb. Take us to your daddy so we can ask him questions.
He just kind of looks at you and goes, "All right, come on. Wait, what do you want to ask?"
If he could teleport us to Rualitas.
I think he's strong. He's probably been there.
I don't know if he can, but
You don't know
we
if
can
he
go
can.
ask.
He's did all that weird wooshu juju stuff all the time, and then he knows like all this other good crap. He can't teleport us?
Well, I don't know what all places he knows to teleport to, but we can ask.
Cool.
You have to know the place?
I've only ever heard of it being from some place you've been, but like there's all kinds of places that teleport up north.
Yeah, this
There's
weave stuff is so confusing.
There's a whole like business that revolves around it.
Anyway, Volred, as you're kind of coming in from talking to Eckerd, your party members are exiting, heading out that same way.
Hi, Volred.
Hey, Red. Hey, why is he coming from the... Did you just talk to Eckerd? Red.
He's being very quiet.
Yes, I did, but I was just talking to y'all.
I spaced out for a moment.
Apparently. So, is it decided where we're going?
Yeah, we're going to Rualitas.
How are we getting there?
Hopefully by teleportation.
Okay.
If that works, yay. If it doesn't, more than likely a boat.
Okay. I'm DTF.
Down to float.
Yes.
All right. Should we knock Volrin? Is he busy?
He's just chilling out there.
Do a little knock
Well,
on the door.
Yeah, he's just chilling outside.
Yeah.
So you kind of go, and he's got like these little canvas kind of tent kind of thing going on, just to kind of keep the sun off of him. But other than that, he's just kind of sitting here, taking in Gaia's sweet nature energy kind of thing. And as you guys kind of approach, he kind of just looks over at you guys. More people, it seems. This is probably the busiest the palace has been in a long time.
Hi, Mr. Eckerd.
What can I do for you?
We were wondering, because we are kind of on maybe a time crunch, and I don't know if it's too much of a hassle for you, but I know there are ways that some like arcane beings can like move from place to place over longer distances, and we were wondering if you were able to do that and if you could do it to help us.
For teleportation.
Yeah.
Well,
Otherwise, we gotta wait for a boat. Not a lot of boats come here, so
I understand. Well, I do know the spell, but I don't exactly have it ready to go. But that may be something that I don't know. It's not likely that Aedrin has a regular teleportation spell, and I'm not sure whether or not he knows a circle. I would be able to easily summon a teleportation circle, but I don't have one to Air Ariella.
Well, we don't want to go to Ariella.
Oh, right. Rue Alatas.
Oh. So you have one for Rue Alatas?
Well, I don't have one for there. I've never honestly been. I would think, it is only about 2.5 days travel by boat. But, I don't know. If you're willing to wait tomorrow, I can head there, but I'll need to come right back.
Wait, so you would have to travel there, get the circle, and then come right back?
Well, no, I don't have a circle there, and honestly, those things are generally pretty well guarded secrets. So I would have to teleport with you guys there using a standard teleportation spell, and then I would teleport myself back here.
Well, that works.
definitely
That-
save us at least a day and a half or more.
2.5.
Is there
Really?
something we can do for you to help? Or
Well, we'd have to leave tomorrow, but yes, that would functionally save you guys some time. Nothing I would really need.
is there something that you have to do tomorrow that this is going to hinder you on that we could possibly help you do today?
No, the responsibilities here around the tower are pretty light. So, uh, my only worry at that point is considering I've never actually been there, I can't guarantee that we will arrive without error. And unfortunately, as we are in an archipelago, error could mean middle of the ocean.
I can swim.
I'm real good at swimming. But like, for how long? That's the problem.
Well, if we're shunted out 100 miles away in the wrong direction, yeah, I very much doubt that you'll be able to survive that.
Are there any precautions we could take beforehand to help? Like, is there something that we
Um,
could get that might help? What if
if
someone in the village has like an item that's from the island? I don't. Like, as an
well,
anchor?
if there is an object associated to that area, then yes, that would make it a rather trivial pursuit. But question there is, do you happen to have anything from Rue Alatos? 'Cause I
I've
can't say that I
never
do.
been there.
This sounds like a risky plan.
Oh yeah.
Fair, all of them kind of sound risky. Getting to Realitas, well, the type will say Realitas was just the easiest of all of them.
Yes. And unfortunately, we don't have a settlement here on the island big enough to have a wayfarers unit. So, and I'm not, of course, I don't know if you guys could afford the trip or not. Either way,
Hmm. I'm looking through all my stuff to see if I've any ideas.
Would I have anything from Realitas?
uh, don't know.
I feel like I don't really have. I wouldn't have anything from that area. I've never been there.
Not that you recall, at least. It's not one of the areas we had discussed you visiting previously. Of course, that discussion was rather short.
It was incredibly short, actually.
More, and it was actually, if I recall, that decision is more of a, well, that's kind of up to you kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, like none of the items that I'm carrying would lead me to believe that there's anything from Realitas. So I don't think that I would have anything in particular. Where did this spirit mask come from?
You bought it at a shop.
I mean, I bought it at a shop, but where was it made?
You don't know.
Is there any way to figure out?
I'm pretty sure you bought that in Eldon, if I'm not
I
mistaken.
did buy it at a shop, but that doesn't mean it was made at said shop.
Well, I mean, it was probably pretty local, but yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
All I have is magic items. They may or may not have come from other places. Hmm. Well, guys, do you think it's worth the risk, or do you want to try to get a ship?
I mean, it's not like we really we're pressed for time outside of just making sure that we meet the ambassadors. Um, but I don't know how long it'll take for them to get there.
Mr. Edgar, do you know anyone in Realitas?
Um, well, that's kind of hard to say. I've never been there. Um, but, I mean, Rue Alatos is a decent sized port city. I suppose it's possible that I would have met someone in my life that happens to be there presently.
There's no way of knowing who.
Nope. Unfortunately, this is a situation without, or if we knew anyone, because there are numerous places such as temples or guild halls that inscribe their own teleportation places, but without having access to those or someone who may be a cleric of the faith somewhere in that region, it's hard to know.
Well, I don't think it's really worth the risk in this situation. Save a day and a half of doing it, or we can take a ship.
I agree.
Maybe. If we've been there before, I think it'd be a lot more likely that we could find a way, but we haven't been there before. We don't know anyone who's going there.
Well, just want to take a look.
Actually,
Well,
let's see here. Actually, I think we should be good. Yeah, assuming you're willing to still take the shot, of course. I suppose I could scry on the location. That would at least give me some visual reference with which to improve my accuracy. At the very least, it should help us out a little bit. I don't know exactly how much of a difference it would make.
Okay.
Don't you have to know kind of the thing you're scrying on too, though?
Well, there are locations that I've heard about in the city. I could make an attempt to scry on those if they're specific enough.
So it's a shot in the dark, really, even after the scrying. What? That's a dumb idea. How many times could you attempt to scry on like a different location? Like one thing here, if that doesn't work, attempt at a different location.
Well, divination is my specialty, so a number of times.
What if you scried on the Golden Forge's ship to see where they are? Because if they're at the port at the island, then it's a stationary target.
Well, I've never seen the Golden Forge's ship.
What if you had their sigil?
I
and you could
actually have
scribe
no
on-
idea what the Golden Forge even is.
No, it's the representatives of, is it Karangar? Ashgar. They're supposed to be heading to that island and then heading to Tybel Say. Right, Arthur? Yeah. What if you had a sigil of theirs to scry on the ship that also has the sigil on it? There's not a lot of them probably down here, so the chances of you finding something similar is very unlikely.
So you want me to scry on a ship and just kind of hope my internal description is good enough to...
I want you to scry on their symbol that they fly.
Well, I suppose we could give it a shot. Do you have a picture of the sigil or something I can go on?
Yeah, I pull out my axe. Looks just like this one.
Right. Okay.
And if it doesn't work, then try the other
And
option.
so then he'll kind of like reach over and pull like a little crystal sphere off a pillow, start fiddling around in its hand, and kind of lift it up a little bit and kind of gaze into it. Yes. Okay. And he kind of glances in a little bit, looking. Well, I believe I have seen a ship that bears the markings that you state. And it appears to be in a port of what does look like Rualitas, at least from what I assume being told of it. So it looks like your ship has already reached its destination.
Ooh. Well, now I kind of know that we don't really have time to take a ship.
Well, there is another benefit of this little ritual. I could at least attempt to teleport us on board.
Wouldn't teleporting like on a moving target be difficult? But it stopped.
Well,
What if it was moving?
it's not moving.
Oh. Huh. Well, that might not be the best. I mean, you're teleporting onto an emissary ship. I mean, I
I suppose that's true.
only kind of semi-familiar with them. So, at least if we got to the island, though, we'd be able to attempt it. That was my idea. I'm all out of ideas now. All tapped out.
I mean, it sounds like we should just take the boat.
Well, we've seen it.
Keep saying the same things, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to teleport us safely. So, like, we should probably just take the boat and get there. We can continue to waste additional time as much as we want to, but like, we just asked him if he could teleport us. It would save us some time. But the other way that we were going to take either way was the boat. So why not just go with the boat?
I agree.
Okay.
Caleb?
At least
Makes
gotta-
sense.
We at least gotta see when the next ship's leaving anyway. So
So, thank you, Eckert. I mean, I appreciate you at least thinking about it.
Well, it's fine. After all, you are friends. So, well, it is still nice and early in the morning. You boys thinking you're going to ship out today?
Yeah, if we can manage to do it.
If you manage to wait around to tomorrow, that's just one more day you'll have waited.
Yeah.
we should at least go and check then.
Yeah.
So, thank you. I'll probably,
My pleasure.
unless we're leaving, then we'll probably be back.
Well, I look forward to the next time I get to meet you.
Thank you again.
My pleasure. All right, and then so you guys are gonna pack your shit and leave the Valley of the Fates?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And, okay.
Do we need to follow Pussy to get out?
No.
Good. I don't like Pussy.
Okay.
Meow.
Okay. So, you guys pack your ship and go to head back to the Valley of the Fates the way you came. As you guys kind of depart the standing stones of the forest, I need all three of you guys to roll me um, and intelligence saving throw.
Okay.
17.
It's very slow.
I got a 9. Woo! You know what? No, I'm going to lucky that, and it'll probably be worse than a 9, but I'm going to try anyway.
Yep. For someone who has lucky, you're not that lucky.
Thanks. Ah, it's a 17. I'll take that.
Hey.
Twinning.
I don't know what I rolled. I gotta
It
pull
doesn't look like it came through.
Doesn't
Yeah.
say.
'Cause my computer was slow. 1 second.
I bet he rolled a 17.
Pretty impressive for me.
So I rolled a 17.
I got 12. That's pretty good for me.
Um, all three of you, as you guys kind of pass out the boundary of the fog and kind of stand at the edge of the valley, kind of looking back out north to the forest before you. Art Volred, you have this kind of bizarre feeling as if it's like, wait, what were we doing? Right. We were heading back to get a boat, Rue Alatos, and it's just all at once like some of your memories of the place feel slightly jumbled, and you might have forgotten details, but you remember that things happened. Izal, as you kind of take a yeah, practically nothing. You have a vague recollection of a large structure and pool, and then you're kind of looking around and oh my god, Bullred looks normal.
What the hell happened to you, Vorid? Nice.
Care to... What do you mean?
I mean, we just...
And Kendall's like, do you remember anything about the last few days?
There was the forest. There was either a tower or like a fortress, or it might have been like a shack. I don't remember. There was water there. And no.
You don't remember anything.
No. Should I? Pretty boring, I'm guessing. Except for whatever happened to you. You look great.
Thank you.
Wait, am I impacted by this as well? I just want to make sure.
Nope, you have a vague sense that you were affected by something, but while some of the details are fuzzy, you and Volred both more or less remember everything that happened.
Wait, so is all you don't remember Volred running naked and jumping into a pool?
I mean, I've seen him naked, but did it look like that when he did it? Because I sure as fuck would have remembered that.
No.
Kind of.
Like, sort of look like that, but like not as like smooth. It's definitely more like patchy.
I got nothing. Nope.
Wow. Okay. Caleb, is this that thing that happens when people leave the island?
And it's like, yeah, don't worry. Both of you might forget later too, but you remember now. That's kind of a little surprising.
How am I supposed to
Bless you.
Bless you.
How am I supposed to forget after this? That seems like that'd be awkward.
You'd be surprised what you'll forget.
So, at some point, I might forget everything.
You might forget the I lived in this place, but I don't know if I mean, Anything
I
after
didn't
that?
remember anything.
I feel
I
like I
just-
really missed out on. There was a Volrid was naked looking like that, and I think that should be repeated. This is not fair.
I covered your eyes for most of it.
What? That's rude.
Do you want to see me naked?
I mean, if I had the opportunity before, I might as well take it.
That's a fair point. I am very attractive.
I
How
can
much more
see a
so?
lot there. But- Hey, what are we doing?
We're getting ready to go on a boat to Rualatas.
Where's that?
Title say.
Is it Realitas or Tybelse?
No, it's Rualatas, but we're going to the place called Rualatas on the island of Tybose.
Okay.
So we have to. Well, we're gonna go there to see if we can meet up with. You really don't remember any of this?
I would have remembered it. I think you're fucking with me because like I would have remembered
Is this what
talking
it's
about
like
islands.
Is this what it's like whenever you guys are trying to explain a word to me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So we're going to go on a boat
I know what a boat is.
to the island of Tybase, or the specific location is Rualatas. That's where a lot of the ambassadors of Tybase are going to meet, and we're going to try to talk to them so that way we can get passage into Tybase.
I'm not a fucking 3-year-old. I know what those words are. You have to go slow. What's
Did you say-
ambassador mean?
Somebody who prostitutes for a certain place.
Yeah, that sounds about right for you.
That is correct.
See?
My memory's is not affecting that word. All right, let's get on a boat to Rualatas.
Well, you told me not to say it slow, so do you know where we're going or not?
I do.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Rualatas.
Let's get naked. Let's go.
Is that
Okay.
what we're doing?
So, right, you guys exiting the periphery of the Valley of the Fates, descend the stone staircase along the cliff back down to the small hamlet of Alderaan. Heading farther eastward back along the road to Yeldor. You come through the narrow valley that splits the Wrenwood and the Weeping Stones out onto that wide bluff that overlooks the Chacon Bay, and you can see the small little village of Yeldor kind of sprawled out before you. So you guys kind of make your way in. At this point, it's like maybe lunchtime, as it looks like some people are out there tilling fields, dealing with sheep or pigs, just kind of going about their general day. And so you guys kind of make your way back in, and to your great luck, there does appear to be a small sailing vessel docked. It looks out in the bay.
Gotta find out who's from that ship.
We'll walk up to the ship and see if there's any crew present.
Okay. So,
Pirates.
Um,
Every one of them. I'll let you see Volred naked if you let us on your ship.
So, as you kind of approach back down into the lower part of the village, back in the same kind of area you guys met Garth, the old fisherman, there are a few members of the ship's group that appear to have taken a rowboat from the boat out in the bay and kind of brought it into the dock, and they appear to be negotiating some trade with Garth.
This looks like it's a trade ship. I'm not sure if it's going to Gravitas, but money might be convincing.
Yeah. After the negotiations seem to be handled, Garth kind of departs a little bit to go, it looks like, to yell at some dock hands to kind of start loading up some cargo to have it ferried out to the boat.
Walk up to, you said Garth?
Garth is the fisherman, but there are like some of the captain and some of the mates of the ship are standing on the dock.
I will go to the captain and the mates.
Okay. As you approach, the captain kind of glances over, looks at your group. Hail, well met.
Hail. We are seeking passage to Ruelitas.
Ah, I see. He's kind of looking around. Just the four of you.
Yes,
Excellent.
Did we bring our animals?
we did not.
Where are they?
We didn't bring our animals on this boat trip, did we?
Yeah, we did.
Oh, Lord. Where's
Every time we get on a boat and get off, I always like to mention, did we bring our animals?
Yeah, they're. I believe they're still back at the Crown of Thorns.
Yeah. Okay.
We almost teleported away without our animals.
We did. All right.
I don't remember that.
That's true. That's true.
So it's the four of us and some animals, our riding animals and a dog.
The captain kind of glances out at the ship. Well, I'm not entirely sure how we get animals on our ship. As you can see, this isn't a deep water port.
Yeah.
I mean, we could ferry the animals out there, but then we'd have to hoist them up onto the ship. It'd be, I guess we're already having to load up cargo, but that'd cost you.
What's your price?
Well, let's see. Rue Alatas is about what do you say, Winsley? 100 miles? And the guy, apparently Winsley, 110, Captain. 110 miles. All right, well, it was standard fare, about a silver a mile, so that'd be 11 gold each. That would, of course, be 11 gold each of the four of you, and for any of the animals you take with you. So,
For 110 miles, Captain?
well, yes, 1 silver per mile, 110 miles. That's 110 silver, which works out to 11 gold.
And what galley are you from again?
Ah, this is the Dartmoor. We're sailing out of Abaddon.
Out of Abaddon? You don't have any connections to the Reef Breaker, correct?
And he kind of sits there and goes, I may have lost some money to your captain a time or two.
So no good favors in place with Captain Silver.
Silverleaf is all right by me. Why? He's kind of looking around. You hopping between jobs at the moment?
Not hopping between jobs. I'm paying back a favor until I can return back to the ship.
Well, how long has it been since you've been out to sea?
I mean, I've been on a couple of ships here in the most recent times. Say, like, how long has it actually been since we ported out? That was like a couple of days, right? We made it out to here.
You arrived in the Eldor or something? It has been 2 full days.
Oh yeah, it was like we just ported up 2 days ago, so I've been on the seas at least in the last week.
Well, he kind of looks over to your friends. If you guys are willing to perhaps work a little bit for your wages, we could take care of the passage there, and then unfortunately I'd still have to charge you for the animals, but that would at least cut your fare down quite a bit. That'd be what, 55 gold instead of 99? Because it'd only be paying fare for 5 instead of 9. 5 animals, 4 passengers.
I will pay my full price to not work.
All right, makes sense.
But the rest of the crew can do as they please.
So like coin.
Well, thank you, Red.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, let's all just help Arthur ignore his backstory and the background he chose.
It's fine. What work are you entailing?
Oh, well, I don't really know that we'll have too much to do. I mean, the travel from here to Rualitas is only about 2.5 days or so. So, not really much. And we're so far east on the seas, the ride should actually be pretty simple. We've kind of made a few stops, so mostly we would just be needing you to perhaps reorganize some of our cargo. Since we'll be unloading only some things when we reach Rualitas, and the rest we'll offload when we get farther north up to Asgard. So, some organizational duties, I would say.
What if you say organizational duties and we add on some additional protections for your cargo? My friends here don't. They look over it like it's all, and I'm like, aren't like the most organized people, but she swings an axe like the best of them.
Captain kind of looks over and sees he's all wearing a mixture of like leather and animal hide. Well, kind of
Called out you.
and there's a moment where it's like, I don't know, kind of sizing up his all, and then just happens to kind of look, and then like really gets a good look at just how like big his all's guns are. It's like,
You can very well.
and then goes, well, I suppose I could agree that I'd rather have that dwarven lass on my side than against it.
And there are a few other of us that have other talents when it comes to fighting and protection.
Yeah, and he kind of glances over at Volred. An elf with a bow. How unique.
Oh, Volred's not going to help. Volred already said he's not doing shit.
He's paying this full thing to just do it.
I'd rather pay to not do anything.
Yeah, and then kind of looks over at Caleb. Well, all right. Fair enough. I suppose we could do some stuff there. In exchange for that, we could maybe half the fare on the animals. So instead of 55, that's what, 27. That's right. Right, Winsley? Winsley's like 27 and a half, technically, but the half makes no matter. And Captain goes, all right, well, I suppose that works out. Does that make sense?
I pull out
that's
on the
all?
inside of my robe, pull out a small pouch, and then reach into there and pull out 27 gold. But for me, what was that Arthur, you were saying about not being, what, about me?
It said that you swing an axe really well.
I didn't hear like all the words.
Yeah, and you know, I think that little brain thing that's happening with the island is kind of messing with you a little bit. But I said you swing an axe really well.
Okay, I kind of heard that one. There's a part before and after. You know what? At 27 gold.
It's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Wow, did you just pay for all of the animals porting?
Yeah. You just saved us like 27.5 gold worth.
Well, technically, I saved us about 71 gold, 71 and a half gold.
Well, I'm only paying the 27, so.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Yep.
I
You
just wanna
keep
make sure
saving and pinching coppers like that. Eventually, you'll be able to pay for a teleportation.
Great. Now we just need to go get the animals. When are you, Doc? When are you selling out?
Well, we're going to load some minerals and fish here. That should take. Shit, Winsley. How long will that take? Winsley kind of flips over a couple things. Captain, it shouldn't take us more than an hour or so. We're not picking up very much. Captain's like, well then.
Here's your Denny. Oh.
My,
Oh, sorry. Captain Silverleaf asked a lot of questions to somebody else, and they keep track of everything. And I'm not gonna.
yeah. Winsley's my quartermaster. So, and first mate. He helps keep the ship running.
Yeah. Do you drink, Winsley?
Winsley kind of looks over and goes, no. An unstable head makes for unstable numbers.
Yeah, that's definitely Denny like. Okay. We'll go. We can go get our animals, and we'll be back. Just so we can port out with you guys.
Excellent. Well, and he kind of glances over at the captain. Well, I suppose it's fortuitous. At least it will make this slight detour at least more worth it. The captain kind of cuts the dude a look. Like, by the way, Moresby's the name.
Moresby,
Yeah.
Captain Moresby.
can you
Indeed.
can you type that out? I'm gonna try. I'm sorry.
I am.
You're not even going to try?
Captain of Moresby of the Dark Health? Dark Health? I don't remember what you said. I'll be honest. Just type it out.
Moresby.
Moresby! It's almost like Mosby from Sweet Life of Zack and Cody.
Oh, yeah. No.
Pernal.
Yeah, that would have been more funny if like the ship was the Tipton.
Damn it, Eric. You had a chance. Curse you, random generators.
Okay, cool. Arthur will turn away and start heading back to where he knows the animals are.
I go kiss murder.
Go kiss who?
Murder.
Oh.
Yep,
She
okay.
deserves it.
Right, so you gather up the animals, take them back down to the dock. True to Winsley's estimation, they get their cargo unloaded about an hour, hour and a half, and then you guys and your animals are loaded not long after that. The accommodations are relatively simple, as you guys are used to. Some hammocks kind of in a larger room. You guys are kind of put forward on the ship, while most of the crew kind of sits aft.
Bastards.
And well, I mean, you guys got a little bit more privacy that way.
The front of the ship is what dips more.
Well, yes, that is true. But yeah, so it's a little bit bumpier a ride, but yeah. All right, and then you guys depart, and then let's see here. 2.5 days later, in the afternoon of the 81st day of Frostfall, you guys arrive in the village of Rue Alatos. Well, I say village, it's more like a pretty large town approaching city. As you guys kind of get your first look at it as you're coming through, you guys watch as Tybell say you guys had heard it was ringed in mountains, but there absolutely astoundingly tall, sheer cliffs that go up hundreds of feet and kind of get lost in a layer of fog and mist. You see numerous trees that kind of grow along its very steep banks, in some cases, like growing almost outward and then curling back up towards the sun, along with several dozen kind of small waterfalls that seem to just kind of come out endlessly along the area. As you navigate through the narrow chain of islands and then enter in the bay that contains the city proper, Ru'alatos seems to be built in tiers along the side of the mountain. The bottom is a loose conglomeration of islands that seem to be connected, kind of like a Venice. And distinctly elven architecture, though not high elven as far as you can tell, but still something more akin to the moon gardens in the capital. Still very natural and earthy, but functional and not too crazy. But
Marco, we're here.
sorry, I just realized that in true Eric fashion, I just typed all that stuff in a DM. Kill You know, it wouldn't be a session if I didn't do it at least once.
Is he like
Okay.
messaging you?
No, I was just sitting here going. I was clicking over to the campaign. I was like, "What? Where is that message I just sent?" And then I was like, "Oh, did I do it again?" So I was like, "Who did I send it to?" Anyway,
His icon does kind of look like the BTS icon. It's just lighter. From a distance, it looks like it.
okay. So, as you guys kind of look forward, you guys, the ship kind of comes to rest on one of these small, narrow, like atolls that kind of separate the small bay that make up an actual like series of deep water ports. You guys can also see that at the very kind of top of the city of Ru'alatos, there appears to be a large building. It's not quite castle, perhaps some kind of nice fortified manor house or fort that seems to have almost a kind of sheer white wall of stone. Definitely made, as it is different than it's smooth and is different than the stone that surrounds it. And from the very top of it, from even out from there, there are waterfalls that kind of come down on it. But a relatively beautiful looking place. Awfully busy looking, though. As you guys kind of disembark the Dartmoor, you guys are kind of offloaded, and so are your animals. As you guys are kind of coming up, there's an elven gentleman that wears this kind of dark purple, almost black, kind of simple suit that it's got kind of slightly long, like raven black hair and a ponytail, and eyes that seem to be like a teal green with no facial hair. Kind of moves up towards you guys with a book. Ah, well, welcome to Ru'alatos. Is this your first time here in the kingdom?
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. I am a member of the Census and Excise. It's my responsibility to add you to our census logs and to make note of anything you are declaring upon your entry. Are you here for business or pleasure?
Pleasure.
Business.
Excellent. As far as business, what is that business?
We are to
Pleasure.
Volred here is for another reason. I'm here to meet with the ambassadors from Ashgar who arrived recently.
And he kind of makes a note of that. Do you have diplomatic patents?
No, I just
So you're more like a messenger?
personal messages. Yes.
I see. Well, and he kind of notes that. Are you entering with any sort of fruit or other items that are known to be contraband?
Has anyone ever said yes to that?
Well, typically, no, but it is necessary so that if you are caught bringing anything in, then, well, it becomes perjury.
Ah, it's additional charges. How nice. No, as far as I know.
Very well. And kind of moves in. Well, seeing as how this is your first time being in the dynasty, it is important to note there are some differences from the Athorian archipelago, seeing as how you are indeed coming in under an Athorian vessel. The practice of magic is generally forbidden by outsiders here unless you have a certain status, which I don't imagine any of you do. Additionally, the practice of slavery and indentured servitude is also likewise forbidden here in the dynasty. So, if any of your individuals in your companionship are under such an agreement or binding laws, those laws do not apply here. So, understand that if they do cross the bridge and enter the city, so long as they are here, they are free.
Well, Volred,
Would that be a problem?
Would a slave look this beautiful?
That's got a good point.
Kind of glances over you. Excellent. Secondarily, you, as outsiders, the city of Ru Alatos is the boundaries of the areas of the dynasty of which you are capable of traversing. You must remain vacant from any of the city's underworkings, or to attempt in any way to leave the city or pass through the valley and enter the city of Alessri or any of the lands of the dynasty's interior. So to be perfectly clear, you are to stay only in the public areas of Ru Alatas.
Okay.
Good. Now, I don't suppose you have any merchandise that you are here to sell.
Desperate times come for desperate measures, but I'm pretty set on keeping everything I have.
Good. Now, that should just about cover it. Oh, also, artifacts, made shards, or any natural resources from this island are not permitted to leave this island without a permit. And attempting to do so is smuggling. And so, even if you manage to purchase it from another individual, unless you have some form of permit with that purchase, it will be considered illicit. And if you are found attempting to leave Ru Alatas with such objects, you will be incarcerated, if not executed, depending on the item you attempt to smuggle out.
Warbeck's not here, so we should be fine.
Should be good.
Excellent. Now, the toll for entry is 1 silver piece. Per individual, of course.
I can do that. It's 4 silver.
Well then, and he kind of goes through, writes a couple stuff in, pulls out a stamp, and then kind of tears off sheets of paper from the bottom of whatever page he was writing in, and kind of hands them off. Here are some very quick documents to at least show that you entered here legally.
Ooh,
Well,
thank you.
as that goes to close the book, slides it under his shoulder. Well then, it was a pleasure speaking with you. Welcome to Through Alatos and the Dynasty. Yes.
Yeah, so there's like a meeting that's happening here. Within like there were some ambassadors from the main island that were supposed to meet here during this time frame with the ambassadors of Tybel Say. Has that meeting already occurred?
The excise officer kind of, his eyes flit over to Zal a little bit and then back at you. Well, as far as I am aware, it has begun, as you can see, and he kind of gestures over. The emissaries of Ashgar have arrived. I am not privy to the negotiations that are taking place, as those are taking place in Alestri itself. So, I can speak no further on that matter.
Oh, cool, the ship's here.
Yes, indeed. Now, beyond that, you are free to go.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye. And then, as you guys go to leave, he kind of glances back over the ship. Don't offload that just yet, as the figure kind of moves up. Do you have a permit for that?
You know damn well they have no permit. Bureaucracy. Okay, so
Well, to be fair, that exchange typically happens everywhere you go. It's just normally the captain is responsible for handling that, but since you technically sailed outside of Athorian waters, you have to go through customs.
do you have any illicit drugs to procure? That? No. How would I tell you if I have drugs?
Arthur's like, wow, I sure hope Acer Leaf isn't illicit here. So, they're going to be like, what is this?
Oh, he's got Asia leave. That's fine. I got
It's
I got like 2 other hard ass drugs on me at this time. I ain't worried about Arthur.
That is fair.
Arthur's your friendly neighborhood dealer. I'm the one that you go to when you're like, I don't want to remember this weekend.
Yeah, I'm the one that's like just kind of like a local commodity.
You're a hobbyist. Alright. Ship's
okay.
here. Should we go to the ship? Maybe we can find information in the ship.
Well, the people who they said that the meeting's already going on in Alestria, right?
Right.
So, like the people we would probably want to talk to are probably in Alestria right now.
Yeah, we can't leave this city though.
I know we can't leave the city. Do we just wait for them to be done with their meeting and then see if we could reach out to them before they leave?
Maybe. Oh, their ship's got to have a lot of guards with them. They probably didn't take all of them with them to Alestri. So if we can find some that have the mark from the Golden Forge, probably get friends with them and get that audience when they come back before they leave. Someone's got to watch the ship. Someone's got to kind of stay in town. Let's go get fucked up with some cards.
I mean, I don't drink, but we can go, and I
Let's
will
go. Let's get a few drinks. Get naked. Forward, come on.
I feel like I should be playing hard to get.
Ah, shit. Alright. That's my plan. That's anyone else got an idea?
I mean, I'm okay to go with your plan. It's just I don't drink, so I mean, we'll just be there. But I'll go.
We're just going to make friends with the guards. It's really the plan. You don't have to drink for it.
Yeah, let's go.
All right.
So you guys are gonna head to the ship of the Hands of the Golden Forge.
Yeah. And then probably try to, if after that, find the closest bar or tavern that's around it, figuring if they have to stay around the ship, they've probably huddled up there at some point.
Okay. So you kind of make your way over along a couple of tolls until you find a slightly nicer kind of harbor area. Each of these little atolls are they're tiny. They're only like maybe a couple dozen acres. And they've pretty much just been built up to have like seawalls and some buildings. So it's not like they're a fully. They're very stripped down and highly specialized kind of waterfronts. They don't have like apartments and taverns and all of that kind of stuff. It's made specifically for storage and business.
It's a business district.
Yeah, but as you kind of make your way out along the piers to the ship, the gangplank is down, and you do see about a half dozen or so soldiers like up on the bow of the ship, along with two posted at the bottom of the plank. Just off to the side of the plank, there's a couple flags. There's a large one that shows the sigil of the Council of Ashgar, and then it's flanked by another that's the Hand of the Golden Forge, and then on the other side, the sigil of House Hawklight.
They got 3 flags. I don't know what that means. Typically they have like 1 or 2, don't they? I am not the sailor here. You're supposed to know these things, Arthur.
I mean, what do you want me to do? You want to just walk up there and start talking?
No, I was just pointing out that they had 3 flags instead of the typical 1 or 2, and I didn't know if that was something special.
I'm usually up in the crow's nest, and I see the flags, but I have never asked Denny what 3 flags means. Are you talking like those things, the sails, or are
No,
you talking
those are
actual flags?
Those are flags. I point at them.
Yeah, I mean, there's 3 flags. They're decorative.
Flight. Okay.
No, I don't know what 3 flags means.
Okay.
Do you want me to go ask them what 3 flags means?
No, I don't really care what the 3 flags mean at this
Well,
point.
then why did you bring it up?
Because I was making polite conversation, and now you're making a scene.
You asked me what 3 flags mean, and then I said I don't know, and then you made a big deal about me not knowing it because I'm not the sailor and I should not know this stuff.
I figured.
Yeah, and now you've definitely got the attention of the guards that are down there at the game. Like we're just watching you guys bicker as you come up.
Fine.
And just kind
I'll
of
go
looking
talk.
each other.
Hello.
I could have done
Yeah.
Well,
no,
there's
I'm
there's
going
some guys like right there on the pier. They're guarding the gang.
side. Ah, there's the gang. Go over to the gangplank. Because we weren't all the way there yet.
Yeah, and as you approach, they kind of move just a little bit to kind of meet you, but don't seem to be on aggressive stance or anything.
I was just having a slight disagreement or conversation with a friend here, as I've never seen like a ship with multiple, like 3 flags on them. I've only seen like 2. Was like, is there a meaning behind the 3rd one, and which one is the 3rd one when you put them on?
The guys just kind of look at each other. And go, they're just designations to show who owns and operates the ship.
There's like 3
They're
things.
decorative.
Designation is not the same as decorative.
Well, yes. And he kind of points. That top one is the sigil of the Council of Ashgar, which designates the ship as an Ashgaran ship by nationality. The next one beneath it is the sigil of House Hawklight, which is the one who owns the ship. It is their property. And then the one beneath that is our guild, the Hands of the Golden Forge. We operate the ship. It's simply a way designation so that any other passers-by are aware of who the ship is affiliated with.
So decorations, like guild crest and stuff like that.
Decoration is not the same as designation, though, Arthur. It's a different word. Look it up in your
put
dictionary.
A flag on there, like people would hang flags to let you know what clan they're from, and that's a decoration.
It is
a flag is a decoration.
It's not a decoration.
Yeah,
it's a designation.
Yes, although I suppose if I have to interject in this conversation, it's not strictly speaking a decoration because it is not there strictly for aesthetic purposes. While the flags may look beautiful, they are there for legal and logistical reasons.
Aesthetic.
Purely for the sake of looks.
Oh. I mean, I didn't know what that meant, so there was decoration. Just to me, they were aesthetically pleasing.
Well, they are. Anyway, is that all?
No, there was something else. I was got really distracted on the designation, decoration conversation. You are here for there's supposed to be a, what is the word for it? Arthur, what's the word for a meeting between 2 groups?
You're asking me for words?
Pick a word. Starts with a D.
Delegation.
That's the word. Delegation.
I did it!
Woo! Together we could solve so many word problems.
I owe Denny a drink.
There's supposed to be a delegation here to go speak with the other delegation from Tybel Say about, I forgot what they talked about it up north. So they're still here, and I guess they already left and started having the conversation.
They kind of look at each other. Pardon, but I'm not entirely certain what all business that is of yours.
We're DBASNM. I fucking hate that name. This is Arthur, the handsome devil back there is Volred. Guy who's reading the book, that's Caleb. I'm Izal. I'm Izal Zella. My grandfather was one of the one who started the Golden Forge one, and I just wanted to. I like seeing the sigil, and I don't get to see it very often down here. So I was wondering if you could possibly, if we could meet the delegation once they're done. I know they're doing the conversation now, but that's what we were wondering.
Yeah, this is a grandchild. Wait, great grandchild or just a grand?
It's just grandchild.
Yeah, this is the grand. Is he really that? Are you really that old? Never mind. This is the grandchild. Of Kelder, Zella, from the Hands of the Golden Forge.
Yeah. So the guards kind of look at each other, and the one that's kind of off to your side kind of looks you over.
I got his axe. Pull it out.
See the axe and kind of goes through it and does clearly see the emblem. Kind of looks up and down. Oh, well.
I visited the guild in Summerness when I was traveling down here, and they gave me the axe when I was coming down here.
I see.
Like a pilgrimage kind of thing.
Well, then fortuitous, I suppose, that we would meet. Apologies. Well, I suppose it's possible that would be up to Master Ubus Anna, however.
That name, fuck. 1 second. I turn aside. I get out of the journal. I look through it. Like, the fuck is that damn name from me? Get him! Ubus, that's the wizard dude.
Who's
wizard.
Orbiana?
Orbis,
Who's Orbiana?
Master Jobidus Orbisana, right?
And the Gogus, yes. He's the Archmagus with the Council. He is the head of the delegation.
Yeah, he was the heads of Golden Forge, big friends of them. Killed their, bothered him a lot. Their friend Nock was there. He was a student in front of him. Yeah, I never met them because
This guy's name is Knock. Like knock on wood.
there are several jokes written down about that. Yes.
It's a weird name. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
Yeah.
Orbiana.
I'm
Benihana.
not trying to ask for like a favor to like come and hang out. I just, do you know like when it might be finished? That way we can possibly meet and have a chance of meeting with them.
Well, it's hard to say, really. The delegation began about 2 days past. From what I understand, there's still quite a bit to discuss, and they're only just now getting to some of the more complicated issues. It may still be another 3 or 4 days before they're entirely done. We do get updates each day. A couple of members of the delegation's guard, they are up there and they somewhat kind of swap out, I suppose you could say. We get updates then. Why? Well, I mean, certainly if you're going to be around, most likely you'll have some concept and be able to stop by the ship to make a formal request while Master Urbasana is here. But yes, I mean, I suppose. Sorry, but since you're not technically a member of the guild, I'm kind of limited with what I could really do.
Could you tell us around what time? I'm assuming there's some type of schedule. What time of day they typically stop by for their shift change? So there might be a chance.
It's usually around dusk.
Every couple of days or every day?
Every day.
What time is it?
It is early afternoon, 3 or 4. Which basically means you've probably got 3 hours, considering it is still technically winter. And the days are a little short.
Okay. I mean, if we miss them, then I guess you could just say, hey, this weird girl was here trying to meet y'all. But,
Indeed. Worst case, if you find accommodation, you can leave word for us, and we can make a point to have someone stop by and notify you when we are getting ready to leave.
That's what our next thing is, to try to find a place to stay for a little while the delegation's still going on. Yeah, once we find it, I'll come back over here, let you know. That way you have that, and I'm sorry to be irritating you. I know you're all supposed to be doing guard stuff.
Well, I wouldn't really worry about it. Guard duty is, it's relatively bored at the moment.
Okay. Thank you. What's your name? That way.
The name is Spiros.
Spiros?
Spiros.
Spiros. That is a nice name.
Well, I'm from the south of Ashgar, so I have a Ashgaran name and not one more common in the north.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to be related to a Britney Spears, right?
No. Spiros is my first name, not my last.
My bad. I didn't know if that was like one of those weird, like, you have to say your last name first kind of deals. Some people put that on the paper and test work. It's fine.
think we should try to hit up and get like a place to stay, I guess. Right, guys?
Ye.
All right. Let's. I'll be back in just a little bit once we find someplace that's has some form of accommodation. Thank you, though.
Oh, well, pleasure to meet you.
And it's gonna turn around and like, let's go. Get around the corner. Like, I don't like talking to people.
I mean, you're the person that's got the connection, so you're gonna have to talk to them.
I don't like it.
I mean, you could always hit them.
No,
I don't know.
that would not work in this situation.
Wow. She's turning down hitting someone. That's strange.
Let's find a room.
So, at this point, you guys are going to exit this little section of the waterfront and head in towards the actual city of Rue Alatos. We will go ahead and call it there for this evening. And say, hey guys, welcome to Rue Alatos, the outskirts of the Elven Kingdom. I was very curious whether or not we would ever get here.
Really?
Took a year.
Well, you never know, because here's the deal. Like, it's an open-ended campaign, right? So you guys kind of decide what it is we do, and everything just about I put in front of you guys, other than the very first quest, you guys have kind of walked away from. So
We're this close to walking away from this one, too.
I have zero understanding of what you guys will and won't do.
See Volred naked.
Technically, you've already done that.
New hotness Volred naked. So I want to see.
Yeah. I mean, he's no Theofric, but
It's a different build.
yeah. But I mean, yeah, like Volred though, man, like he's got abs. You know, he's athletic. He's got definitely got that athlete's body.
I got.
Anyway, hey guys, thanks for coming out and spending some time with us here for chapter 47. Next week, Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central, we will have chapter 48. Hopefully, we will have a Calum back.
But we'll have no Arthur.
I won't be here.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true.
Maybe I'll finally get that 4-person setup made.
We're just doing that because he hasn't set up the 4-person setup. It makes no sense to adjust it if we're not going to have everybody here at once.
I'm avoiding.
Well, I don't see any
combat.
point in having Gander here when he's not even in the campaign.
I have to
anymore,
make it
but-
though. And there's good thing there's been no combat because there is not a combat one set up for 30 people.
Yeah. We'll have to do something about that. But anyway, feel free to stop by next week, 7 p.m. Central, as we see what's going on in this new place, which is technically in a different country than the rest of the place they went. So we'll see. Also, Thursday, are we having adjacent with Jace?
Barring a major setback, we will have adjacent with Jace.
Okay, am I back in the rotation?
You are
or...
still the next guest.
Okie dokie then. So we just kind of pushed that off. Sorry if you guys tuned in last Thursday and then had the unfortunate news that we had to cancel last minute. So, but I will definitely be there. And so if you had any questions from last week and then have any new questions from this week, feel free to go ahead and bring those. That, however, is 8 p.m. Central. And it typically only lasts about an hour and a half. So it's pretty quick. Just stop by, have some fun, make fun of me. The chat seems pretty good at doing that. So, all right. Well, then, I guess we will see you guys all next week. And enjoy.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye, Felicia.
See you.